certainly limit a lot of damage.
Yesterday, I think even if they batted well, they couldn't bat well, so springs out of here and take.
Here we go. Days are live, and then we'll be able by lunch or we'll go on to tomorrow. So Ryan Higgins practicing his sweeps on the pitch. Tom will be struggling a bit, that's for sure.
Welcome once again to match umpires Nick Cook and Russell Warren.
Phillips could get going and play some shots as well, then a chance for the pressure, but
Well, good morning everybody from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. A glorious day greets us and greets the two umpires, Nick Cook and Russell Warren, as they head out to the middle for the start of the third day of this LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Gloucestershire. Ball by ball commentary brought to you by BBC Radio's Bristol, Gloucestershire and Leicester. Ed Seaborn and Richard Ray, your ball-by-ball commentators. BBC bring you ball-by-ball commentary on every ball delivered in county cricket over the summer. Gentle applause greet the arrival of the players. Leicestershire emerging from our right from their temporary dressing rooms in the meet, and the two Gloucestershire batsmen. Miles Hammond resuming his innings, not out, faced 14 balls yesterday, and about to start with him is the Gloucestershire number 3 Glenn Phillips. That is because last ball of yesterday saw the dismissal of the Gloucestershire captain Chris Dent, the first man to go in Gloucestershire's second innings, leaving them about to restart on 5-4-1 in their second innings, having been bowled out in their first for 158. That in reply to Leicestershire's first innings score of 451. The match situation then, Gloucestershire on the back foot, their deficit still 288 runs. A lot of work to do on a turning track. Callum Parkinson has a ball to bowl of his third over of this second innings. He and Colin Ackerman having opened the bowling for the Foxes yesterday, and Ed Seaborn will describe that delivery for you.
So, Phillips, first ball of the day. Taps his bat into the ground. 2 slips and a short leg. Parkinson moves in to bowl the first ball, and it's full, and Phillips jabs down on top of it, and ball rolls gently out into the leg side, and that is the end of the carry over from last night.
I thought you were going to say karaoke there. There was an element of that to some of play's proceedings yesterday.
I don't think we better start doing that up here. The start and finish at the karaoke for the day up here.
Interestingly, Leicestershire aren't going to start with both spinners, notwithstanding the fact that Hammond obviously is left-handed and Ackerman would have been turning the ball away from him. They are going to give Chris Wright a little burst with the new ball. I suppose that makes sort of sense. However, I'd have been tempted to start with Ackerman straight away, to be honest, while Dent's just finding his feet.
It's interesting that he's bowling this end as well, because he had been bowling, I think, in this match exclusively from the Bennett end. So.
He has, and he's going up the slope, but I guess Parkinson had the choice today. So Chris Wright is in from the pavilion end, bowls outside the off stump to Miles Hammond. The ball barely gets off the ground. It's left by Hammond, obviously because it's well outside off stump, but it bounces for a second time approximately 4 feet in front of Harry Swindles. It fairly crept.
It did, and that's going to be something that we will have to watch throughout the day. Is it going to keep low? The odd one, is it going to bounce excessively? We'll just have to see how it plays today.
Right into Hammond, who takes a couple of steps down the wicket and defends a good length ball which does absolutely nothing out of the normal. The heavy roller did go on before play. Ed looked up the rolling rules. Law 9 brackets 1 brackets 1. You can tell us if you like. 7 minutes, wasn't it?
7 minutes, and it must not start before 30 minutes, or before 30 minutes before the start of play, if you see what I mean. What I'm trying to say, the law will say it better than I can.
Right is in, and Hammond strokes a half volley away through the offside. Ben Mike is in pursuit, should get that. I don't think the ball would have quite enough to carry. He and Will Davis do a bit of relay work. Davis throws in, and Hammond picks up 3. Pleasant shot to get him up and running today, and get his innings up and running as well, because he didn't score from the 14 balls he faced yesterday. He's on to 3, Gloucestershire on to 8 for 1.
Yeah, nice looking shot from Miles Hammond, and he carrying on the confidence that he's displayed over the last couple of games since coming back into the side, and they'll need him to bat a long time today. Yes, 7 minutes before play begins any day. It shall not be started more than 30 minutes before the time scheduled to begin. Right
is in to Phillips, who is all care and attention on the back foot as he pushes the delivery off stump out into the offside, and you heard that, nah. He said it immediately as he saw it heading out towards Ed Barnes at extra cover. A few white clouds have appeared in the sky now, just the sun briefly goes behind one, but essentially we are set fair for a full day's play. Right, Turns did pick up a couple of wickets in Gloucestershire's first innings, is in to Phillips, perhaps just straightens a little bit on the back foot. He pushes out into the offside. Here comes the first of the updates of the day for BBC Radio Leicester's FM frequency. We've had just 6 balls of the day, and they've moved on to 8 for 1 Gloucestershire. Miles Hammond, who batted very well in Gloucestershire's first innings for 67, has got his innings up and running. He has stroked a 3 into the offside. Glenn Phillips, who's come in to replace Chris Dent, who was dismissed last ball yesterday, has yet to score as he digs one out there from Chris Wright, pushes it into the leg side. We've had 1 delivery from Callum Parkinson to finish his 3rd over. We've had a full over from Chris Wright. Leicestershire looking for an early breakthrough. It hasn't come yet, but it is very early days. Gloucestershire 8 for 1 in their second innings. end, as I say, of Wright's first over. Perfectly respectable one, other than that little bit of a half volley that was stroked away pleasantly by Hammond. And the one delivery I think that would really concern, or two deliveries perhaps that would really concern Gloucestershire. The first to Hammond that rather crept outside off stump, and that last delivery to Phillips that also stayed a little bit low.
Yeah, and was heading towards the stumps. It was nicely played by Phillips. I must admit, I thought it was a nice little background noise provided to your update there by the ice cream van, which made its way close to the ground. Here's Parkinson starting his first proper over of the day, and it's whipped through mid-wicket by Miles Hammond, and he will pick up a single out to the fielder on the leg side boundary. 9 for 1. Hammond up to 4. But there's one thing playing the turning ball, it's another thing when you've got turn and uneven bounce out there. It makes life just so difficult. There's only so much you can do. There could just be a ball with your name on it. Here is Parkinson, he's there and he bowls to Phillips, and that one almost skids through and under Phillips, who gets down on top of it in the end.
Plays it so late, doesn't he?
Yeah, that's the thing you've got to do though, isn't it, really? As much as it causes fielders to feel as though they've almost got the wicket as Parkinson bowls and forward goes Phillips, playing defensively out towards mid-wicket, as much as there'll be oohs and ahs if you do it, it's the only thing you can do, because if you plink forward and decide that you know where the ball's going to be going, it may just not go there and be out a variety of ways. Forward Phillips defending up the pitch, there's no run. Excited to see how Phillips goes about things today. Naturally a very attacking player. I've looked at his first class strike rate, which is somewhere in the region of 62, 63, something like that. Parkinson bowling to Phillips, inside edge down towards the fine leg boundary, will stop well short of that. The throw comes in, 2 runs taken by Phillips. He's off the mark. Gloucestershire are 11 for 1. Can play like that with no leg slip in place quite easily. Phillips, I say it inside edge, actually he rolled his wrists on it and guided it more like through that short fine leg region. As Parkinson bowls, flighted, Phillips forward, playing out towards cover. There's no run. 3 runs off the first over of Parkinson, the first full over that is. Gloucestershire are 11 for 1, but I just think actually that's been one of the keys to Hammond's success. When he has come forward, he's come forward quite late and recognised how full the ball's going to be, so he really can get to the pitch and smother it. But sometimes he's played full deliveries off the back foot, just a little bit, not still full length, but just a little bit further back, and he's played it late and played it off the back foot, but he's been able to adjust because of that to some uneven bounce occasionally.
Right in from the pavilion end, bowls to Hammond, who defends on middle and off, pushing it back past the bowler on the onside out towards mid-on, who is Marcus Harris. Took a really fine catch yesterday, Harris, running back from already a slightly deepish mid-off to take the wicket of Glenn Phillips, who was trying to get after Callum Parkinson. Got something of a skyer, and running back towards the long off boundary, Harris took a really fine two-handed catch back over his shoulder. In goes right and bowls very straight, a very solid forward press from Miles Hammond out towards mid-off. Ben Mike yet to turn his arm over in the match, likewise Ed Barnes. There's the essentially 4 bowlers used by Leicestershire yesterday. Wright and Davis took the new ball, and then Ackerman and Parkinson essentially took the wickets before Wright came back and pinched a couple, burgled a couple towards the end. Runs away from us and bowls to Hammond, shapes back in a fraction. Hammond plays it nicely though, adjusts. No great pace in the pitch, and he adjusts and plays it firmly back down the pitch towards the veteran seamer, who half stops it in his follow through. He says he's known as the Baron. He says his nickname is the Baron. but I must admit I've not heard it used, but there is something vaguely sort of Middle Ages baronial about him. You can see him in a sort of Sheriff of Nottingham's type Alan Rickman role, can you not? With his long dark hair. In he goes and bowls to Hammond again. Just a little shuffle down the pitch from Miles Hammond, just trying to get in position in case there is any unexpected movement. It's outside off stump, he allows it to go through to the gloves of Harry Swindles. Took a good catch yesterday, Swindles, off Ackerman. Tom Lace looking to chop it away on the offside, stayed a bit low. I think it was a bottom edge into the wicketkeeper's gloves. Never easy those, standing up. He got in a good position and held on. 2 slips for right as he runs in and bowls outside off stump to Hammond again. Just shapes back in a fraction, but from well wide, so Hammond very safe in allowing it to go.
Be pleased to see a little bit of swing out there, will Chris Wright, and I think, like you say, the pace of the pitch probably means it's more going to be seam movement that gets Wright's wickets, and we've already seen, well, particularly last night, there was one delivery which really moved like a off break off the pitch, and I guess that's just hitting the crack maybe.
Wright is in, bowls very wide, or pushed wide, across the left-hander, who again lets it go. Swindles takes it where between first and second slip as it continues on its trajectory. End of a maiden over from Chris Wright, but not, you have to say, a particularly threatening one. Hammond perfectly capable of handling that.
Yeah, well, how nice it would be, I suppose, to go out and be able to have a look at the pitch yourself, but I mean, I think it may be a fair while before we're back able to do that, but what I've heard, very dusty out there. As Parkinson starts a new over and bowls to Phillips. Phillips turns away into the leg side, and it beat short leg but did not beat square leg, and a good decision in the end made to turn down the single. A bundle of energy out there is Glenn Phillips, and got to be aware, I think, of that if you're the non-striker. Here comes Parkinson, left arm round, bowls to Phillips. Turned away, backward a square on the leg side. It should be stopped, and certainly will be, as it lost momentum towards the boundary. They will get a couple more. So Phillips with another turned 2 into the leg side moves his total up to 4. Gloucestershire are 13 for 1, still trailing by 280, so they are really going to have to bat all day today in order to achieve parity, and then we'll see what happens tomorrow. There is actually now rain in the forecast for tomorrow. As Parkinson bowls to Phillips, and that has gone right through Phillips through to Swindles, who did not take that far from the stumps and whipped the bails off as well, but they were, I think, going up for a magnificent piece of bowling and just went right through him. Not caught behind Nod LBW, as Phillips will move forward and play defensively up towards mid-on. It was one of those things where Parkinson felt the ball deserved a wicket, but
turned beautifully past the outside edge, and Phillips just walked away, glancing at the pitch.
What can you do, really? Parkinson bowling to Phillips, who goes forward and plays slightly upishly into the point region. No silly point in place.
Should there be? I think
well,
there maybe should be at
I
this
just
early
don't
stage.
see why, when you've got a lead of 280 and the ball's doing what it is, I think you should have them everywhere, almost. They haven't got anybody out in the deep this time, to be fair to Leicestershire. Parkinson bowls to Phillips, who goes back and knocks that one up towards mid-on, and there is no run. Leicestershire get through another over of Parkinson, 13 for 1. They have not yet lost a wicket today, but it is still very early stages. I just think, yes, maybe they are afraid of Phillips and Hammond deciding to go on the attack and hit a few boundaries, but until they've done that, then I reckon I reckon you could have a leg slip and a silly point, to be honest.
They're not in at the moment, so to speak, so they're just looking to play themselves in. It isn't too much of a risk. However, just the 2 slips for right as well, no other close fielders. Third man and a long leg. Hammond bobs at the knees, as is his wont, as Wright runs in and bowls outside off stump to him. He leaves the bat raised and watches the ball carefully through into the gloves of Swindles. Umpire Warren wanders out from behind the stumps, just has a little look at where Chris Wright is following through, or where the first step of his follow through after he's delivered the ball is landing. Turns, is in and bowled a little bit short and worked away by Hammond out towards square leg. It's quite a long run around from long leg to deep square for Callum Parkinson, and a comfortable 2 taken by Hammond, who's made a good start on this third day of the game. 67 in the first innings before he was bowled by Parkinson. He tried one reverse sweep too many, and it turned, stayed a little bit low, went underneath his attempted reverse sweep and bowled him. Wright is in, bowling to him full and driving again. He's got it through the covers this time. Evans should prevent more than 2, flicks it back to Will Davis, who had followed him towards the cover boundary. He picked up around 15 yards inside the ropes, but a comfortable 2 again from Hammond, who so far today hasn't taken the risks that he was prepared to take in the first innings, and he's profiting accordingly. He's moved on to 8-17 for 1.
Yeah, it is hard to be critical despite the first innings dismissal of the way that Hammond has played spin, because at the Oval, 77 and 45, the 2 dismissals, one where he was the last man out going for a shot he wouldn't have played earlier on in his innings.
Right is in, edged, caught at first slip. Bounced a little bit, and well, just saying how well Hammond was shaping. He didn't try and do anything out of the ordinary there. A little bit bounce, a little bit of away movement, took the edge and straight through to first slip, where Hassan Azad sort of clutched it to his chest and fell backwards. I think he may even have just juggled with it a little bit. Let's have a look. He did juggle with it, you know, and grabbed it at the second attempt. It was heading down. He held on, and he will be a very relieved young man. And Miles Hammond goes, caught Azad, bowled right for 8. Big blow for Leicestershire early on the third day.
Yeah, they've got the man in form over the last couple of games. Miles Hammond trudges off, having made 8, and you rather felt as though maybe it was going to be the seam that did him rather than the spin, and he's got so lucky there, has Hassan Azad, because he's dropped it to start with, and then it's actually gone onto his left upper leg and stayed there for him to be able to take on the second attempt. So if his leg had not been in the way, it would just have gone straight down to ground, but there we go. Such is the way, and he held on eventually, and Miles Hammond is gone. It was a nice piece of bowling from
It was.
Right, he used the movement that there is off the pitch, just nipped away from Hammond, who was kind of shaping as if maybe to defend it leg side, and then the movement just taking it away from him and taking his outside edge, and it was a lovely bit of bowling from Wright. And well, I think you've got to tip your cap to the bowling to some extent there.
Still got just the 2 slips for the new man, Tom Lace, who struggled a little bit in the first innings. Wright is in, bowls to Lace. It moves away, straightens away from him, but from wide of the off stump, and Lace can leave safely. In fairness to Azad, he did at least instinctively sort of get something underneath it. His knees bent so that the top part of the leg was at least sort of vaguely horizontal. There was something underneath it which enabled him to make the second grab. But grab, which is how cricketers sometimes call what they sometimes call a catch. It certainly was a grab at the second attempt, and a very relieved young man out there. Right in again to Lace on the back foot. That one doesn't really straighten, and he can play it off around about Midland leg into the onside. And a round of applause for Wright, who has made the new ball work for the Foxes. He's bowled 3 overs and taken 1 for 7, and Gloucestershire, needing another 276 to make Leicestershire bat again, are 17 for 2.
2 right-handers in now as well, so Parkinson doesn't have to make any adjustments. Right-left hand combination. He'll be very happy now to see the right-handers out there, and will be right-handers the rest of the way now for Gloucestershire, as Phillips faces. 2 slips and a short leg still in place as forward goes Phillips and plays defensively. I'm not sure whether that almost looks as if it might be one of those double impact defences, not sure. In any case, it didn't go particularly far. Sun goes in for a moment as Parkinson bowls once more to Phillips, and there's a bit of bounce there. It looked to be a bit further back from Parkinson, so I don't think it really spat from a very full length, but Phillips, it sort of, they didn't really spit, it ballooned somewhat, allowed Phillips plenty of time to get on top of it. Parkinson bowls very full, and he's got that one past Glenn Phillips once more, who has that same little walk off towards square leg as if just to walk the delivery off. Beaten once more on the outside edge by Parkinson, getting it right up there. Parkinson flighted, and that one I think was more of an inside edge than a deliberate flick round the corner. He'll pick up 2 more runs, will Glenn Phillips, and move up to 6, 19 for 2. There's nothing really that you can do about that delivery that beat him before that, though, I don't think. You can't get to the pitch of that, I suppose, if you're really using your feet, but that can cause all sorts of problems as well with the ball turning and bouncing. Parkinson to Phillips, who's once again beaten. He's found the exact length here, has Parkinson. I mean, the key thing for him is that it's turning off a very full length, so there's no time for Phillips really to adjust to the ball. As Parkinson delivers once more, a little bit of drift in maybe, but this time Phillips finds the middle of the bat out to extra cover with his defence. End of the over, 2 runs from it. The ball is ripping past Glenn Phillips, and there's not a whole lot at the moment that he can do about it. Gloucestershire are 19 for 2 after 11 overs in this innings, and they still trail by 2-7-4 following on.
Nick Cook is the umpire at Parkinson's end, the Bennett end, in this second half of the game. Obviously bowled left arm spin here himself for many years, wishing he could bowl it again, I suspect, on a pitch like this. Right, to continue from the pavilion end into Tom Lace. Bowls full, little bit of shape to it again, as Lace indicates, having defended it out back down the pitch to Wright, who picks it up and throws it to Ben Mike to do a spot of polishing, and Lace wanders off towards square leg. Yeah, it was a slightly tortured innings first time up from Tom Lace. He made just a single, but he was in for about 20 balls, as I remember, and really did find it hard going against the spinners. But he's up against Chris Wright this time, for the time being anyway. Wright leans forward into his run and bowls very full, a little bit of an in-swing, a dug out by Lace as it came in towards Milden leg. Leg played firmly out to Ben Mike. Applause from the Leicestershire fielders. 19 for 2 then. He had a chat to Ian Harvey last night. He said, well, just have to dig in, essentially, and play better, really.
Yeah, basically. And there's there's not too much more that you can say at that stage, is there? You can't start having a post-mortem with still cricket left to play.
Right in, short, outside off stump, played in the air over the back of point, but out towards wide third man. No chance for Parkinson to get there, and that is 4. So Lace helping himself. There was width, there was bounce, and although it was in the air, it was a reasonably safe shot. It was well placed in the end. Did shape as though to sort of fling himself into the air, Sam Evans, who's at backward point, and he has taken a couple of catches in recent games, including one yesterday off Josh Tattersall, but that was a fairly straightforward one at mid-wicket, and that was also off right, who is in again, and bowling, goes past the outside edge, takes the edge, and he's gone. Lacer's gone, and he looks down and he puts hands on his knees. He is furious with himself, disgusted with himself. Why did I play that? It was a decent delivery, in fairness. It straightened away from him, but poor Tom Lace is leaving the pitch, and at a snail's pace, because he is so angry with himself, so appalled by the shot.
Big thick outside edge, so certainly there's no disappointment at the decision. It's very much disappointment in having got out, and he just got a ball to get off the mark. Quite nice friendly delivery, just what he would have wanted to get off the mark with, and then next ball he gets a good delivery but a little uncertainly forward at it, or I say forward, a little uncertainly not forward to it, and getting the outside edge. I think the T20 break coming at a decent point for Tom Lace, so you can see he looks a beaten man, to be honest, walking off there. You will not see a more dejected figure walking off a cricket field than that, and I really feel for him, because it's been a tough few games, and it's not going to be nice. And of course he's got, I don't imagine that he will play in the T20, but he did play in the second 11 matches there, so maybe he might play a part there, but either way he's got some time now before the next championship match, and
no, your heart goes out to him a bit
to work things
really
out.
The heart goes out to him a bit when I haven't seen a reaction as dejected as that for many a long year. Both hands went on his knees as soon as he'd played the shot, to be honest, as soon as it had taken the edge, and he just, for a few seconds, he held the pose. Utter dejection. Right is in and bowling. That one shapes away a little bit from Cobain off the pitch, and Cobain on the back foot jabs it a little nervously out towards Evans at backward point. Along the ground it goes to the 23-year-old. 23 for 3 remains the score. Cobain, who played stunning innings against Leicestershire at Bristol a month or so ago. Essentially a match-winning innings, essentially, from Ian Cobain. Somewhat different, the conditions this time. In goes right, and bowls, goes past the outside edge, completely squares up Cobain, who is almost playing a defensive shot towards mid-wicket by the time it goes past his outside edge. Fine over from Chris Wright, gets a pat on the back from Ben Mike. Chris Wright has 2 for 11 from 4 overs. And it's not the start we would have predicted. I think we both probably expected both the spinners to open up in the circumstances. Leicestershire and Ackerman knew better. He threw the ball to Wright, and Wright has responded.
Yep, there's been assistance through the air as well as off the pitch. How do you play that? That is an 80-odd mile an hour leg break, basically. It has just turned, not really bounced, but it has turned off sort of middle and off line and just zip past Cobain. I'm not sure how you can play that. Here's Parkinson, bowls to Phillips, who comes forward and pushes that one quietly back to Parkinson. If it's doing that on the morning of day 3, can you imagine what it would be doing by the end of day 4?
Well, the sun might bake it a little bit, but it's been a very different pitch to that last week. Curious.
Parkinson bowls to Phillips, who plays defensively away into the short point region.
But you come back to the point. Leicestershire scored 450 on it.
Well, they didn't score 450 with the ball doing that, though.
Or, well, it wasn't so long ago when they were out there on it. They were out there on it this time yesterday.
Parkinson bowls to Phillips, turned away into the leg side, fielded at mid-wicket.
My point is, it hasn't suddenly started doing. They are getting more out of it than the Gloucestershire bowlers. I mean, that's not necessarily a criticism of the way that Gloucestershire bowled on it, but the spinners, I think Parkinson in particular, and obviously Ackerman, are getting more turn from it.
Yeah, definitely. Parkinson bowls to Phillips. Phillips, I think that one turns too much. I think that must have struck him on the pad. Again, it's very difficult to see. The wicketkeeper is obscuring
umpire Cook
my view. And Nick Cook standing there with two, well,
hands on his hips. He's double teapot.
Yeah, double teapot out from the umpire there. Goodness me. So actually that didn't hit his pad. It turned straight past everything and went off Swindle's pads as the next delivery is full, and Phillips plays that one off the front foot out towards extra cover, and there's no run.
Right,
That's
it pitched on
leg.
It pitched on leg, and as you say, it missed off stump by 2 inches.
Yep. Here goes Parkinson, bowls to Phillips, who is able to defend this one away up to mid-on. It's a maiden over for Parkinson. Gloucestershire 23 for 3, and to be honest, you feel a bit powerless, really, don't you, when you see balls doing that? What can you do but put the bat there and hope that it either hits it or misses it completely?
Well, what will Glenn Phillips do? 6 off 27 balls. You think he'll try and loft 1 or 2 and hit straight? Because at the moment Gloucestershire are going nowhere. Another 270 needed to make Leicestershire bat again. And if you just concentrate purely on defence, you're going to get a ball in the end that's going to get you out sooner, possibly, rather than later. So you just wonder whether Phillips might just take the bowling on a little bit, and who knows, connect with a few, put Parkinson under pressure, knock him off his length perhaps. At the moment he's bowling without any repercussions here. Phillips is talking away to umpire Warren at the moment. What about, one wonders, but it's an ongoing conversation that's holding things up.
I guess the difficulty is if you hit one straight up in the air and you get caught, then what do people say?
Right is in and bowling outside off stump. Cobain just steps forward and lets that one fizz through into the gloves of Harry Swindles. A third slip has gone in now. Marcus Harris has moved from mid-on. I can't remember where he was. I think he was at mid-on and Mike was at mid-wicket, but Mike is now at mid-on and Harris is at third slip. Ed Barnes clapping his hands, you could hear him there. He is at mid-wicket. There is no square leg, there's just long leg. There is no third man anymore. Sam Evans is at backward point as right is in to Cobain, who is playing it to Evans, who almost buys the dummy there, almost goes to the right when the ball bounces to the left. He adjusts, takes it neatly two-handed, bounces away and indicates that there was a little bit of movement. Updates time. Been a great start for the Foxes. They've already picked up 2 of the wickets they need to win the match. Miles Hammond, who made 67 in the first innings, just 8 this time before he got a good delivery from Chris Wright that bounced seamed away. Took the outside edge. Hassan Azad took it at the second attempt at first slip, made Gloucestershire 17 for 2. And a few moments ago, Tom Lace went to the same bowler, just left the right-hander, took the thin edge of a defensive shot, and Lace was dismissed for 4, 23 for 3. That remains the score. There's a lot of turn out there for Callum Parkinson. Leicestershire all over Gloucestershire at the moment. Gloucestershire need another 270 just to make Leicestershire bat again. They're 23 for 3. He missed just one delivery on commentary that was defended by Cobain out into the leg side. Right turns, casting a dark shadow as he runs in and bowls to Cobain, who defends on the back foot. Back down the pitch on the off side. Mike has moved across there. Parkinson's at mid-on now, and there is no run. The problem is that batsmen sort of now playing as though every ball is a sort of potential hand grenade, aren't they? And it's purely defensive at the moment. And on that basis, with a run rate of 1.7, it's a matter of time. you feel 23 for 3. 18 for 2 on the day. In goes right and bowls. That one does seem away a touch, and again Cobain on the back foot. Rides the bounce, pushes it out towards Evans at backward point, and there's no run.
And that's the thing, really, isn't it? You could look at a highlights package, for example, and see the couple of dismissals that there have been so far, and one just, both of them just good bits of seam bowling and taking an outside edge, one caught slip, one caught keeper, but it doesn't tell you the frame of mind that the batsmen are in because of other deliveries that they've been.
Right is in, bowls looking to get on the front foot and drive. Cobain doesn't really put any weight into the shot, gets it past right, but only as far as Mike at mid off. Lots of ways to get in touch with us. End of a right maiden over at Rich M. Ray is myself, that's R-A-E, at Ed Cricket, isn't it? Yep, Ed Cricket 6, I beg your pardon, Ed Cricket 6, the number 6, and that gets to Ed. Lots of celebratory tweets from Leicestershire supporters, delighted with the start that the Foxes have made to the morning's play.
Well, no surprise, no change in the bowling. And Parkinson versus Phillips continues. Still just the 2 slips and the short leg as Parkinson bowls to Phillips, and Phillips plays this one off the outside edge. Not sure that it would have carried to a silly point. Rolls away out towards backward point, but having already taken 2 wickets now especially, you wonder how long before they are tempted to get another close catcher in there, because there's already been a couple of deliveries which have flashed away through that silly point region, and a couple which have flashed through leg slip region, as Phillips this time turns the ball through the leg side, working of course against the spin there and playing quite late, but as I say, I think to some extent that's what you've got to do. As Parkinson bowls now to Phillips, who goes forward and deadens that one back to the bowler. He certainly won't have played on too many pitches like this. I did have a look at his T20 international career. He's played a couple of matches in India, although only batted in 1, and then played in 3 matches in the Emirates. As Parkinson bowls to Phillips, he comes forward, plays confidently towards extra cover, and picked up by Ben Mike there, and there is no run. But other than those, I suspect not much outside of New Zealand, and I can't imagine that you get too many surfaces like that in New Zealand domestic cricketers. Here goes Parkinson bowls, and Phillips turns that one away on the bounce to short leg. And just 1 delivery remaining in the over, and full-on survival still seems to be the modus operandi for Glenn Phillips as Parkinson bowls the last ball of the over. And it's right uppishly into the silly point region. It got plenty of people interested. And that's a maiden over from Callum Parkinson. Gloucestershire remain 23 for 3.
Again, I think you're right. I think there ought to be a silly point in there now, because he's getting forward. It is bouncing a little bit, and a few have gone through that region.
That one might have been catchable as well.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Popped it up a little bit. Parkinson sort of had a word with Ackerman as he went past. He's talking to Marcus Harris at the moment. Harris has a big input already into this side in terms of tactics. Parkinson under a sun hat. He's one of those who favours the large wide-brimmed white variety. He's the only one, I think, at the moment. Gavin Griffiths likes to wear one as well, but he is not involved in this game. Chris Wright continues from the pavilion end into Cobain, looking for the Yorker, just slightly over pitches it. Cobain turns his wrists on a very low full toss, pushes it out towards Parkinson at a wide-ish mid-on. There's no run. Parkinson gets round to stop happily for him and for Leicestershire, not suffering any ongoing ill effects other than, I'm sure, than of a hefty bruise after being struck on the left forearm yesterday when he was batting. Josh Shaw was the bowler, I think, wasn't he? As in goes right and bowls. Drags his length back a little bit. Still quite full, and leaning forward is Cobain on middle and off. Middle, playing it along the ground, down the pitch on the on side. Again, there's no run. 10 balls he's faced now. 33 for Phillips. 6 runs scored. He has faced Parkinson pretty much exclusively. Glenn Phillips. Perhaps that's a sort of tactic. Perhaps Gloucestershire saying, right, Phillips is saying, right, I'll try and take Parkinson. Cobain, you try and take Wright, who is in and bowling. Cobain is forward. He's going to pick up runs there as he leans forward and deflects it along the ground back towards, or down towards third man. Evans is in pursuit, picks it up around 5 yards inside the ropes, and that is the first run for some little time, certainly since the fall of Tom Lace. 23 for 3 has become 25 for 3. Cobain is off the mark. His 11th delivery. He's on to 2.
Yeah, I think it has been exclusively, hasn't it? Because I think there's only been 2s and that boundary hit by Tom Lace today.
Shirts off in the popular seats. Hope you've got your sun cream on. In goes right and bowls, and a very late decision to leave from Cobain. The right decision as it goes through to Swindle, so 6 inches or so outside off stump.
Still can't imagine that we're going to see too many more shots though from either of these two for quite some time, and I guess maybe when they see off this spell of Wright, maybe Ackerman comes on. He did provide a few shorter deliveries for Gloucestershire to put away, so I guess that might be what they're hoping for.
Wright is in, bowls outside off stump, goes on with the arm a little bit, looking for the in-swing, and he's cross with himself, Chris Wright, because he was trying to bowl that ball. If he'd bowled it a little bit closer, looking for Cobain to leave, seeing if it would jag back or come back enough to clip off a stump. It did come back, but from too wide. Ackerman standing a long way in front of Azad at second slip. Harris standing quite wide at third. He's almost 3.5 slip. There's quite a big gap between second and third, as I say. In goes Wright. Bowls. Driving is Cobain, pleasantly, but it's a no ball from Wright, who bowled a couple. The drive only reached Ben Mike, who's at mid-off. Wright did pick up a wicket off a no ball, so he didn't pick up a wicket yesterday. It didn't do too much damage. He bowled, was it Tattersall he bowled early on, or was it the last
Worrell,
man?
actually, yeah.
Sure, Worrell it might have been, or Shaw, or could have been Worrell, first ball, and in the end, Worrell went leg before wicket to Wright without scoring, but he hung around for a little while if it was Worrell. In goes Wright and bowls. That one does shape back in a little bit, but Cobain plays it solidly enough. If a little jumpily pushes it out to Davis at extra cover, and there is no run. 4 runs from the over then. A 2 and the no ball. Gloucestershire have moved on to 27 for 3.
Pleased to say they are playing at the Test match.
Oh, they started.
this
Oh, good.
morning, so
Good.
They are playing there, and they are also playing at Chelmsford, where I read from a tweet from Don Topley that the puddles had cleared, so they'd obviously had a huge amount of rain there, and at Canterbury, where they are still not playing, and a further inspection will be made at midday. It's not the greatest for drainage, is Canterbury.
No.
But it does sound as though they've had a hefty amount of rain.
Nope,
down
still
there.
no silly point. Ackerman, he's got most of his decisions right in this game, to be fair. And one is loath to criticise when the side is
quite.
27 for 3.
Here comes Parkinson, bowls to Phillips, flighted full delivery, forward goes Phillips, plays back to the bowler. I mean, you've got the short extra and you've got the cover, but as you say, the rate it's gone in this match, Phillips will drive a ball, be caught by short extra, the next man will come in and drive one straight to cover. Parkinson bowls to Phillips, clipped away, nudged round the corner, decent shot from Phillips. They'll pick up at least 2 as it rolls towards the fine leg boundary. They're not going to be able to get a third run on the arm. Phillips moves up to 8, 29 for 3. He's very much digging in here, Phillips. He's fighting his attacking instincts.
Well, Ben Mike is warming up, putting a lot of effort into it as well, so it looks like he's going to come on and replace Chris Wright. Ackerman not bowling himself. Okay.
Parkinson to Phillips. That's off the pad, says Russell Warren, and caught by Evans at short leg.
Evans
Not
didn't
much
appeal.
An appeal there
Yeah.
from most people. A very unconvincing shout from anybody who wasn't particularly close to the bat there. Here goes Parkinson and bowls to Phillips. Very full, maybe a little bit too full if you're being overcritical, and Phillips pushes that one out to Ben Mike at short extra cover. And the one that was caught at short leg going straight on with the arm, so Phillips, obviously having had one turn outside leg stump or on leg stump, thought it might turn. There's a shout for leg before. Has he gone too far across? He has! He's been given by Russell Warren, and Phillips hates that decision, as batsmen do tend to when they've gone across their stumps and tried to flick that one away fine. He marches off, does Phillips. He's got to be a bit careful here in terms
He's going to
of
get in trouble here.
looking back.
He's shouting back as well. He's furious about the decision, but he did go an awful long way across.
You'd have to imagine also the other thing that's playing in there is we'll get a look.
We can see leg stump. He jumped so far across, so I think that's a perfectly okay decision, I'm afraid.
I think the other thing that's playing a factor though is that there was that LBW shout. Hopefully you didn't pick up anything off the next microphone.
Apologies if you did there. Yeah. But that's
I think the other thing, we'll get through that there's playing a factor there was that LBW shout to Colin Ackerman, which certainly on replays looked to be very much out of his bowling, and who knows what a difference that might have made to Leicestershire's first innings. But I think in terms of Glenn Phillips's overall mood, I suspect that
I wouldn't like to be interviewing him right now, put it that way.
No,
but
I think I'm glad that I spoke to him on day 1 rather than day 4. 29 for 4. Phillips, he really did try to dig in, and he fought his natural game, and he's out eventually playing.
Well, when he's had a look at the replay, if he has a look at the replay, he might calm down a little bit, because he jumped so far across, trying to push it across to leg stump. Assuming he didn't get an inside edge on it, then it wasn't going to miss.
Here goes Parkinson, bowls and beats Ryan Higgins with his first ball. Higgins, who has not been looking too comfortable against the spinning ball, has a real job on his hands out there as he resumes his battle with the turning ball. Gloucestershire 29 for 4. Propped forward, did cover off stump, but ball just turning past his outside edge. Yeah, I think the thing you'd have to say is that regardless of the decision, you can't
react like that.
No,
I'm afraid. He tucked his bat under his arm and stood out there in the middle looking at umpire Cook in disbelief. Umpire Cook reacted by keeping his finger raised. It wasn't a put your finger up and then bring it down again. He saw Phillips' reaction and left his finger raised. It looked him right in the eyes, but when you look at the replay, I'm afraid there wasn't much doubt about it, Glenn Phillips.
I think it is one of those ones where obviously leg stump is the only stump involved.
Well, I don't know. I mean, he was so far, as I say, I could see leg stump when it hit him on the pad, so might even have been sort of Midland leg, but In goes Mike and bowls, and that one seems away, stays a little bit low. You've managed to get another replay. Let's have a look.
Well, I'm freezing it
bigger?
between frames.
Yeah, hard, isn't it? Now that's. See there, I can see legs stump there.
The
So
bat moved a little bit, but it's not. It's not a decision where you could look at it and say that is
not a shocker.
clearly missing.
no, it's not.
It is. I would say it's probably outside of leg stump, my personal view, but I wouldn't be able to say that it was definitely missing.
Mike is in again. It seems away outside of stump, but from outside, well outside, and again, Cobain lets it go through. I'll have to agree to differ on that one, as you would expect. Without any of the language used by Glenn Phillips, and I do repeat our apologies about that if you picked it up in the effects. Mike. Talking of Mikes, he tosses the ball from hand to hand. Benjamin Whitworth Monroe. In he goes and bowls. Again, the third ball that he's bowled outside off stump that has held its own off the seam, but has been bowled too wide. And again, Cobain has nothing to do with it. Bounces for a second time before it reaches Harry Swindles, who doesn't take it cleanly. 18 balls faced by Cobain.
Must be nice for Ben Mike to get a bowl. I'd imagine that Ed Barnes is standing out there wondering when his turn might come around.
Yeah, because Mike will be involved in the T20s. Barnes almost certainly won't. In goes Mike. Bowls a little bit short and pulled away neatly. Short-armed jet pull by Cobain. He's going to pick up two as the aforementioned Barnes goes running back from mid-wicket to deep square and gets his throw away. That is the sort of length that Cobain will enjoy from Ben Mike.
Yeah, it's not a pitch to be bowling short or back of a length on, really. I mean, yes, I suppose one might keep low, but at the same time, should theoretically, famous last words, but you should theoretically have plenty of time to see it and adjust to it when it's that length.
Mike is in and bowling outside off stump, bounces and swings away, taken by Swindles, between first and second slip, but again, Cobain very safely can let that one go, and did. Not a bad start for Leicestershire, day 3, 50 minutes in, 3 wickets already. Miles Hammond and Tom Lace both falling to Chris Wright, and a few moments ago, Glenn Phillips falling to Callum Parkinson. Controversially, as far as Phillips was concerned, in goes Mike and bowls too short, and on the back foot, Cobain has plenty of time to defend it off stump out into the offside. 2 runs from the over, but very much an over, not undistinguished, but so we'll be kind and generous and say it was an over of looseners, I think, from Ben Mike.
They're obviously seeing something different. Well, I think from what they've done this morning, they're seeing something different in the pitch today in terms of, for the most part, we've seen spin from the pavilion end and the seamers have wheeled away from the Bennett end, but today it's been the other way round so far. So I'm wondering whether there's a particular spot that they think they might be able to hit from the pavilion end in terms of the seamers. There's a slog sweep from Higgins which goes high in the air. Should be a simple catch from mid-wicket, who's going to take it and does.
That was a shocking shot.
The end of Ryan Higgins. The slog sweep came out. He departs for a second bowler, and Gloucestershire 31 for 5. He'd obviously made up his mind before the ball was bowled, really, that was the shot he was going to play, and he does play the slog sweep very well when he's in. But second ball,
Lewis Hill is the catcher, by the way.
Thank you very much. It was not a ball that was right up to the bat, and so there's always going to be difficulty playing, particularly the slog sweep. Big top edge, and Hill, who he didn't look the most comfortable actually underneath it, but you always felt he was going to take it eventually. He'd sort of moved about a little bit from side to side, doing a bit of the dance underneath it, but it was not
I mentioned
too
to you
high.
that I'd watched Higgins in the warm-ups about sort of an hour and a half before play. He went out to the middle and practiced sweeps. Just didn't have a bat in his hand. He was just practicing getting in a sweep position at this end. But goodness me, that wasn't a sweep. It was a sort of slog, really, to his second ball. In the circumstances, that was not a shot he will look back with any feeling of pride, I don't think. 31 for 5. Hill, as you say, took a few seconds to get in position, on his tiptoes going backwards, but having done so, took it very cleanly indeed. And Callum Parkinson has 3 for 13 and 8 for the match.
Yeah, well, as we said, the 10 for looks all but a certainty, regardless of how long it takes him to get there. Johnny Tattersall is out there, but he's at the non-strikers end as they cross. Now there is a silly point in place, and Cobain tickles that one just wide of short leg, and Evans tried his best to react to it, but it was to his right, and they've picked up a single as it's fielded by Lewis Hill, moving it across from forward square leg. 32 for 5. Cobain has 5. And Tattersall carves out his guard in what may be his final innings for Gloucestershire. We shall see, though. You never know with these loan spells. Maybe Tattersall will be back. I was just asked Josh Shaw, of course, who's very used to making that trip, as Tattersall tries to turn that one down the leg side. I don't know if he's got any bat on it. It's heading towards the fine leg boundary. It will be stopped before it gets there by Ackerman, and he fires the throw in, and Nick Cook does signal that it was indeed leg byes, and they've come through for 2 of them. 34 for 5, just firing that one a little leg side-ish. There was Parkinson, but then we've seen balls turn from there, so I don't really blame him for trying one on that line. And of course there's a leg stump delivery that got rid of Glenn Phillips. Parkinson bowls, and that is tickled away down the leg side, and I think this time, yes, it is indeed runs. So Tattersall is off the mark. 38 for 5, and Tattersall moving up to 4, just about bringing an air of respectability to the scoreline, really. As Gloucestershire would at the very least, like to make 3 figures. You would not want to be bowled out for double digits. Come on, the Shire, says somebody in the crowd. Leg slip in place now rather than short leg as Parkinson bowls to Tattersall, and Tattersall's beaten. Parkinson wheeled off, hoping that there might have been an edge there. Perhaps he thought that he heard a little noise, but nothing doing from anybody else, really. Beating the outside edge of Tattersall. 7 runs off the over, and a wicket as Parkinson flighted. May have been a low full toss, actually, certainly a little too full from Parkinson to get any kind of turn, and Tattersall turned away into the leg side, and that ends the over. 38 for 5 are Gloucestershire, and they do trail for what it's worth by 255.
8 for 63 in the game so far for Callum Parkinson. His best match figures in his career so far, 10 for 185. Assuming that was the game at Worcester at New Road when he took 8 in an innings. Quite expensively bowled all innings, 8 for 148. That was 4 years ago, 3 years ago, I think. So every opportunity for Callum Parkinson with 5 Gloucestershire second innings wickets still needed. Ben Mike to continue from the pavilion end bowls. Again, a little bit too short on the back foot. Ian Cobain can defend reasonably comfortably, dropped out towards point, and there is no run. Parkinson wanders across to have a word with Chris Wright, but Leicestershire's morning has gone as well as it as the day did yesterday, to be quite honest, so far. We're only up to an hour and they've already picked up 4 of the 9 further wickets that they needed at the start of the day. Top order batsmen as well. Mike into Cobain, too wide, and again Cobain can step forward and let that one go through to wicket-keeper Harry Swindles. Mike at the moment just sort of feels like a sort of gap or a pause before Parkinson resumes at the other end, to be quite honest, doesn't it? It's a sort of, we have to bowl from the other end as well, but just at the moment it feels like a deep breath while everybody gets ready for Parkinson's next over. Can Mike prove me wrong? Bowls short, and he's cut away for 4. And that is a Gloucestershire supporter reacting appropriately to a fine shot from Cobain. Got up on his toes and put Mike away. It was a poor ball from Ben Mike. He's bowled a few short wide ones, and Leicestershire do not want to give Cobain a start. They know what he can do.
Yeah, you still feel as if he's got the ability, if he just puts it on the right spot, to cause some serious problems, but so far he's not really managed to land more than 1 or 2 of his 9 deliveries in that spot.
In he goes. Past umpire Warren, and bowls down the leg side, and that bounces up into the gloves and out of the gloves of Swindles, and he gets enough on it to slow it down en route towards fine leg, which means that long leg Hill can run round and cut it off before it crosses the ropes, but a bye is signalled. There was a little bit of heat in that delivery, a little bit of annoyance from Ben Mike. It was misdirected down the leg side. It swung and bounced after it passed the bat as Cobain tried to flick it away, and as a consequence Swindle's not able to take it cleanly. The bye taken brings Tattersall down to face Mike for the first time, and it'll be interesting to see what Cobain, if he stays at this end, makes of Parkinson. But it's Tattersall's job to keep out Mike, who is in and bowling, and it leaves a ball that misses off stump by, well, I don't know, not very much. Goodness me, I thought he'd left a ball that was just going to crash into off stump there. Goodness me, that was close.
I was watching for the bails. I was waiting for the sound. I thought it was sure to come, and I could see, well, you could just see as the ball pitched and he was leaving it that it just looked like a ball which had pitched on off stump and was going on to hit it. Somehow missed them.
Extraordinary piece of judgment on the part of Tattersall. Mike is in and bowls to him down the leg side. He tries to help it on its way, doesn't get anything on it. Taken by Swindles, and there is no run. The end of an over, 4 from it. Well, there was a couple of events in it at least, as Ben Mike wanders off towards the leg side, or to the offside, I beg your pardon, because obviously Parkinson will take up the attack from the Bennett end. Will he have that silly point Azad in for Cobain? I suspect so. Updates time between overs, which is convenient. Seen 4 wickets, in fact. The Foxes all over the visitors. Miles Hammond and Tom Lace both went to the bowling of Chris Wright. Glenn Phillips leg before wicket to Callum Parkinson for 8, and Ryan Higgins with a slog sweep at just his second ball skied the ball in the air, and Lewis Hill took a good catch at mid-wicket. That was Higgins gone without scoring. 31 for 5 at that stage. Ian Cobain, who made a very good century against Leicestershire in Bristol a month ago, he is 9 not out. They'll want to get him quickly. John Tattersall, on loan from Yorkshire, is with him at the moment. He is 4 not out. They need another 250 just to make Leicestershire bat again, however, Gloucestershire, and they are really struggling on 43 for 5. One from Parkinson, just played out to right, and there's no run.
Parkinson bowling to Cobain, who goes forward and is beaten. That's another nice piece of bowling. He's just flighting it, pitching it on that ideal length. That's just been the key, I think, for Parkinson. He's just found that ideal length, just full enough but not too full, and the batsman coming forward consistently to it and being beaten on several occasions. That's outside the off stump this time and is left alone by Cobain and didn't bowl him, so it was a good leave, and it couldn't have come in anymore unless it had hit a crack, so I suppose there is that. And through to Swindles. Parkinson moves in and forward goes Cobain and is beaten once more.
You can only laugh, really, because he's groping, essentially. That no real idea.
No, I mean, I haven't really seen anybody try to use their feet and get to the pitch of the ball, and there goes Cobain, who plays down on top of that one, jabs down on it at the last minute, and it squeezes out in a sort of forward short leg kind of area, fielded by Azad from leg slip. Made and over once more from Callum Parkinson, and Gloucestershire are 43 for 5, spearing in. There was looked like a bit of a gap between bat and pad there for it to spear through, but it just found the inside edge of Ian Cobain at the last minute. But, well, I'm not sure what... I'm no batting coach. I'd be all to see out there for sure. Not sure exactly what the best way to go about doing things is. Do you try and hang back and try and make the late adjustment to the spin? Do you try and use your feet, but then you worry about it turning and bouncing past you and getting stumped? I don't know what to do.
Continues from the pavilion end as the sun goes behind a cloud outside off stump, and Tattersall tries to steer it away, doesn't really put any weight into the shot, and it ended up being a little bit of a spar, really, and he was fortunate not to edge through to Swindles there. He remains on 4. He jogs on the spot, just tries to get his feet moving a bit. John Tattersall, Cobain at the other end, stands watching him. 3 slips with that 3rd slip. Harris, as I say, standing now. Well, he's basically at 4th slip. There is a gap. In goes Mike, and bowls seems away. This time Tattersall leaves, but it's a no ball, says umpire Warren. We've had plenty of those in this game. 43 for 5 becomes 45 for 5.
Yeah, few from right now. Ben Mike overstepping. I still feel it as if he just needs one ball. Just needs one ball to be in the right spot, and he's got enough pace and enough skill about him that it's going to cause serious problems, but at the moment the radar's just a bit off.
Mike is in and bowling. That spears down the leg side. Good take by Swindles, because it stayed a little bit low as well. Took it two-handed, diving very low away to his left.
And the ball that nearly had Tattersall leaving and just missing the off stump. That's really the kind of ball that's going to cause serious problems if he can repeat it.
I keep forgetting about standing up in front of the camera and then having remember to move back a little bit. In goes Mike and bowls to Tattersall, who turns him nicely off his legs. That might have enough on it to go all the way. He's running across the ropes at deep backward square now. Barnes can't get there. Nice shot by the Yorkshireman. Picks up his 2nd boundary. Moves on to 8, 49 for 5.
Wouldn't necessarily know that he wasn't in decent touch coming into this lone spell. I mean, yes, he did only make 18 in the first innings. Was rather running out of partners by that point, but the way that he's timed the ball in the couple of games with Gloucestershire, you wouldn't think at all that he was averaging, I think it was 12 with Yorkshire so far this season before the loan spell. So from Yorkshire's point of view, it could work out very well.
Mike in again to Tattersall, a bouncer. Tattersall gets in position to hook it, but it was too high. And he sort of went through with the the bones of a pull, but essentially he was practicing as he swivelled round and the ball went over his shoulder. 49 for 5 means the partnership is 18, the biggest in the innings so far between Tattersall and Cobain. Ackerman waits, hands on knees at second slip as Mike goes in, bowls outside off stump to Tattersall, who steps forward and lifts his bat over the line of the ball. The threat at the moment is different somewhat, one end to t'other. Mike did nearly nip one onto the off stump of Tattersall when he left, but that has been the only one, and that was a batsman's misjudgment. Needs to maintain the pressure that Parkinson is exerting, essentially. Mike coming to the end of his third over, none for 12. In he goes and bowls outside off stump. Too wide, as so many of the deliveries have been, and swindles. Takes as Tattersall leaves. End of the over. End of the intermission, if you like. As I say, it feels like a very different game from this pavilion end to that being played when the bowling is from the Bennett end.
About the only thing that isn't going so well for Callum Parkinson at the moment is his hat frisbee tosses, which are not making it too far, especially with those sun hats. You think you could get them flying quite some distance, but it's about the only thing that he isn't doing well at the moment. Cobain kicking up the pitch as he has a glance at the field and will notice the leg slip still in position. 2 slips, a forward silly point, as here goes Parkinson, bowls full, and this time Cobain's reach forward is able to get closer to the pitch of the ball and able to play defensively. I'm not sure, has backward point touched the ball yet off Callum Parkinson's bowling? Certainly don't remember a ball hit with any speed towards backward point so far. I'm not sure that mid-off or mid-on have really touched the ball either very much.
Cobain's got some sweat in his eyes or something.
Just a couple of steps to his right forward silly point. There is more at a catching cover under the helmet now as Cobain forward and playing defensively up towards mid-on. And there's no run once more. The glorious day here at Grace Road. And another day which Gloucestershire can't enjoy in the sunshine, much like last week, as Parkinson bowls to Cobain, who goes back and cuts, and now backward point will be called into action as Ed Barnes dives away to his left and prevents a run. But you're going to have to bowl a delivery like that for backward point to field it. It's going to have to be shortish and wideish, and so far Parkinson's not bowled any of those up until now. Here is Parkinson bowls flighted, and Cobain goes forward and pushes that one away towards cover. I mean, I suppose, I get it to some extent, because you don't want the batsman to feel as though they're scoring runs and then they get their eye in, they get more confident, keep the strangle going. I do get it. I think this is probably a good balance that they've got now with the 4 close catches rather than having the 5 in, as Parkinson bowls now to Cobain, and it's very full once more, and Cobain's able to reach forward and play that one quite softly. Glamorgan have beaten Lancashire at Cardiff, chased it down, losing just the 4 wickets. As Parkinson bowls, and a leave from Cobain. It was the one that went on with the arm, but once more Cobain will say that he judged it well, and that is a maiden over once more from Callum Parkinson. 12 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 18. Gloucestershire remaining 49 for 5, and not a decent leave there actually.
Yeah, he played it well. He played that over well, really, actually, Cobain.
Marnus Labuschagne 63 not out from 72 balls, so he wasn't hanging around in Glamorgan's pursuit of that target, and it means there are no more unbeaten teams left in the county championship.
course. Forgot about that. I think that says a lot about the county championship as well.
Yeah, it's been so competitive, hasn't it? And there's a side who many are tipping on their current form to go on and win the title, going down to Glamorgan, and Lancashire managing 173 and 164 there. So yeah, it's been very competitive, and admittedly I think you may well still end up with the teams that you expect in Division 1 at the end of the year, but the way that even if that does happen, which it may still not, the way that you've got there has been fascinating.
Ben Mike continues from the pavilion end, bowls down the leg side, a shocking delivery really that Swindles does well to clean up, diving away to his left. Yeah, I mean, you can look at this game and say Gloucestershire top, and yes, beaten in their last game, but still very much one of the favourites to go through to the top division against a side that had only just won its first game, and at the moment it's the latter who are firmly on top, as Mike, desperately seeking some sort of consistency, goes in and bowls outside of stump. Tattersall can step forward and leave. It's a better delivery, but again leavable, and is left. 49 for 5 remains the score. None for 12 from 3.2 for Mike, his first bowling of the game. Yes, as you say, now just young Ed Barnes, who hasn't had an opportunity with the ball, who might otherwise have expected to, and I would imagine if Mike doesn't get it right soon, Barnes might come on. Why Ackerman isn't bowling himself, I'm not entirely sure. However, Mike is in and bowls straight, fullish, just waiting for it though, and turning his wrists as he looked to clip it away through mid-wicket is Tattersall. Turns it more or less straight to Parkinson at wide mid-on. No run as a consequence. Mike is talking to right, as he often does, at right being at mid-off, and I'm sure the more experienced man advising the younger, or encouraging at the very least, as Mike is in and bowls, and that one has been worked past Parkinson, who's going to have to chase that back towards deep mid-wicket, loses his sun hat in the process, picks it up around 5 yards inside the ropes, but a comfortable 3 for Tattersall takes him into double figures, the first man in the innings to get into double figures, and brings up the Gloucestershire 50 in so doing. 52 for 5. Nice shot from Tattersall.
He's a compact player, as most wicket-keepers are. Good hands through the ball, and as I say, he continues to time the ball quite nicely out there, as he has done, or did do in the second innings at the Oval, and even in his brief stay in the first innings did so too.
Mike is in, bowls to Cobain, who whips it away off middle and leg, and it's a long chase round the boundary for Lewis Hill. Good sliding stop though out there, and gets his throwaway, saves 2 runs. Applause from his teammates, hands above head, and from the crowd. Good work out there in the far distance by Lewis Hill, but again, the ball was there to be clipped away. Cobain did clip it away, and he joins Tattersall in double figures now. Both batsmen on 11, 54 for 5.
We're a bit frustrated that he didn't get that one a bit more in front of square. There, Cobain just... Well, on some grounds, of course, that would have been 4, but big outfield here.
Mike in again down the leg side. Cobain lifts his bat out of the way of the ball. Yeah, he was a bit unlucky also that it happened to be Hill down there rather than one of the bowlers who it would normally be galloping around there. Hill, very much a fielder, sprinted around, made really good ground, and put in a very good slide as well to stop the ball. Even so, Cobain and Tattersall beginning to build a little bit of a partnership here. They're both into double figures, both on 11. They've taken the score on from 31 for 5 to 54 for 5, and given Leicestershire and Ackerman something to think about.
And incidentally, absolutely not a criticism at all in terms of the size of the playing area. I mean, the size of the playing area at Bristol is very sizable. We've seen plenty of all-run fours already this season at Bristol, and I like to see that. I think you should see twos and threes, a simple push to the boundary. I like to see value for a really well-timed shot being four. Here's Parkinson bowls to Tattersall, who plays that one with the outside edge, but it did go down into the ground, and they will get a single. As
is that the first time Tattersall has faced Parkinson? He took guard again. I can't quite remember. Hasn't faced much of him.
Yes, I would have said that he
Must have
faced him before, but to have a look back through the list of balls to say for sure. He's not facing him for long anyway this over, as he's got the single off the first ball. Cobain inside edge this time into the ground, short of forward short leg anyway, who sprawled across to his right, and it rolls away out towards square leg. No run this time. Two slips, short leg and forward silly point as Cobain brings out the sweep and gets that one right where leg slip was, and it will go fine for 4 runs. So just a few deliveries in his last couple of overs. Parkinson's just strayed a little too far down leg, and this one was also quite full, and a relatively simple put away delivery for Cobain, especially without the leg slip there. No danger really of being dismissed. 59 for 5. Just running back into position at first slip as Parkinson bowls. That one goes on, and Cobain goes back and punches to cover. Won't pick up a run. I suppose that if you put another catcher in a shot like that brings runs, it does just allow a partnership possibly to feel as if it's building, as there's a leave by Cobain, and once more going on with the arm. Parkinson felt as though it was very close indeed. Maybe just another one of those ones where there was just a hint of turn, and Parkinson felt as if it hadn't turned just that little bit. It might have gone on towards off stump, but was a little wide of off stump in the end. Parkinson bowls now. Forward goes Cobain, plays it on the bounce to Azad. So the end of another Parkinson over, and relatively quite a while since the last wicket now. How long have these two been together for? As I try and look over at the number of overs we've had in the innings. So the last wicket fell after 18.1, so almost 7 overs without a wicket.
28 added. Ed Barnes has the ball in his hand, not for the first time in the match, because obviously he's fielded it a few times, but as a bowler he's going to have a go from the pavilion end, replacing Ben Mike, who bowled 4 overs, took none for 17. Figures which fairly accurately reflect the bowling, really. Barnes has been accurate in his spell so far, famous last words, but one of the qualities that he's shown has been the ability to keep it there or thereabouts from fairly early in his spell, and that's what Ackerman will be looking for him to do this time. He's got Will Davis in at a short-ish mid-wicket, about 3 strips back, and he has 2 slips as he runs in and bowls to John Tattersall, and it's turned in the air not so very far away from Will Davis, and he's going to pick up a couple of runs as Lewis Hill goes running back, and the Gloucestershire supporter distinguishes himself again, or identifies himself again by a great cheer, but I'm not sure Tattersall was out that way in the first innings, wasn't he? He was caught at mid-wicket, turning a delivery high to Sam Evans it was then, which I guess is why that Davis has been put there, and that wasn't so very far from him. But he picked up a couple, moves on to 14. Barnes is in again, and bowling, turned along the ground this time. The in-swinger out to Will Davis at mid-wicket. Davis picks it up and immediately shapes as though to hurl the ball at the stumps at the non-striker's end. A few more white clouds around now, just obscuring the sun temporarily, but essentially still a very fine day in the East Midlands. 61 for 5 though, 30 added by these two. They've almost doubled the score. Cobain 15, Tattersall on strike on 14. Barnes is in, bowls a little bit short, and Tattersall goes back on off stump and just defends it back down the pitch to his fellow Yorkshireman. The coat hanger picks it up and throws it to Chris Wright, who's at mid-on. The two have a word as Barnes goes back to his mark. A grin from Wright as he throws the ball back. He's quite pale, sort of. He looks very boyish, doesn't he, Ed Barnes, really? As he turns, quite a long run away from us and bowls to Tattersall. Fuller, but again, a little bit of in-swing on towards middle and leg, and comfortably turned by Tattersall out to Davis. There's no run.
Early swing that was on offer for Chris Wright, which was making life especially tough. He had movement off the pitch and then the swing, but the swing seems to have gone for the seamers now, so that is one thing that is making life a little easier for Gloucestershire out there at the moment.
Barnes, kicking up his heels, runs away from us and bowls and is on driven for 4. In swing again, it was over pitched this time. Tattersall just leant into it and played a really nice shot. Nobody really moved essentially until Wright turned and jogged to the boundary to pick up the ball. Fine shot from John Tattersall, who moves on to 18, and Gloucestershire have now more than doubled the score this pair. They've moved on to 65 for 5.
I don't see too many straight drives, but then a lot of overs bowled by spin at Gloucestershire, so I suppose there haven't been too many occasions where there has been a fast bowler bowling and a straight drive could have been played, and Chris Wright has not overpitched when he's bowled either.
Barnes in again, outside, off stump, steered away, reached for it a little bit, but he got plenty of it, did Tattersall, out towards the point boundary. Relay work, as is usually the case these days, by Sam Evans and Ben Mike, means that it is just a couple to Tattersall, but he moves on to 20 now, 67 for 5, 8 runs from a very productive over as far as Gloucestershire are concerned.
Yeah, got a few deliveries which they could put away in that over, and well, as much as I said you don't want to be short on this pitch, you don't want to be bowling so full that there's no chance for the ball to do anything, so the last couple of deliveries on half volley length, and Tattersall will gratefully accept those. Parkinson will continue. I wonder whether we shall see, in fact, actually right on cue, I can see Colin Ackerman doing a few warm-up exercises, thinking it surely that he must have a bowl before lunch at some point.
Odd that he's doing it now, Barnes having bowled just one. Is he going to replace Parkinson after this over, you wonder?
Possibly. Parkinson to Cobain, flighted, and Cobain pushes that one away out to backward point, fielded by Ed Barnes. Been a little while since we've seen one really turn, actually. Whether that's anything to do with the pitch settling down, or whether Parkinson has just bowled a slightly different line in general the last couple of overs, not quite sure. Parkinson bowls now to Cobain, who goes forward and plays that one away just wide of the bowler. Still plenty of help though for Parkinson to keep him very much interested whilst he is bowling, and Ackerman, I'm sure, likewise as forward goes Cobain, deadening that one out towards extra cover. I mean, you would think, even being a selfless captain, that he would surely be itching to get a bowl out there on a sunny day in a pitch offering some turn. And Mike just having a word there, I think, with Parkinson, just wondering whether he's asking whether he should be standing or not. Cobain this time coming forward and playing quietly out towards point once more. So Cobain 15 off 49, just beginning to look a little more settled out there without scoring at the rate that Tattersall has. Parkinson moves into bowl to Cobain, and this time it's turned away on the bounce to short leg. Been a while since Parkinson's really conceded any significant runs, but the last couple of overs has not beaten the bat. As he bowls the last ball of this over, flated full delivery, and they're going to come through for a quick single, which is well judged as Barnes moves away to his right. So one more run to the total. Ian Cobain will keep the strike. He's got 16 and Gloucestershire are 68 now for 5, trail by 225.
And they're playing well, these two, and sensibly. And just maybe, if one or two of the others earlier, Higgins, Phillips perhaps, played the same way. In fairness, Phillips was trying to defend most of the time he was out there, wasn't he? It was a poor choice of shot, but these two have been a little more circumspect, and they've used their judgment well so far. Cobain, having faced 51 deliveries already, it will be on strike to Ed Barnes, still with that shortish mid-wicket, but just the 2 slips. Barnes is in, bowls down the leg side, poor Swindles, it bounces in front of him, he manages to get something behind it, the ball pops up into the air, and Azad runs across from first slip to help his teammate clear up. It's going to happen here, lads, says Callum Parkinson. Just trying to lift the side a little bit, Leicestershire. Obviously they are still firmly on top, but just a fraction flatter it's gone over the last 20 minutes or so. Barnes is in and bowling, and turned neatly off his legs by Cobain out towards Parkinson. Takes the first quickly but slips as he tries to turn for the second. Probably wasn't going to be a second anyway, but that little just slight slip as he turned means there definitely isn't, and he looks a little reproachfully at the pitch as he walks across to take his position at the non-striker's end. Moves on to 17 though, 69 for 5. Brings Tattersall, the free scoring Tattersall, down on strike, relatively speaking, 20 off 24 balls. Long-sleeved shirt under his sleeveless Gloucestershire shirt. Barnes in, bowls to him, looking for the Yorker, squeezed out, off stump, down towards third man. Evans, with his curious sort of almost stumbling running style, is after it, picks it up and gets his throw away, but Tattersall picks up a couple. Maybe it's because he's got the pads on underneath, but he always kind of looks as though he's about to fall, Sam Evans, when he's running after it. It's kind of how you're supposed to run. You're supposed to be sort of falling forward as you do so with your weight on your toes, but he almost gives the impression of staggering slightly, just an idiosyncratic style as Barnes. In again to Tattersall. Again it's a foolish puff of dust as it swings in, and Tattersall has to adjust slightly and block it rather out towards right at mid-on. He was getting in position to try and drive it away through the offside. Wasn't quite there to be driven in that direction.
Been going wrong all this time then in terms of running. So you get problems with the ankles when running, especially on roads.
Yeah, that does suggest that your weight isn't quite distributed correctly. In goes Barnes and bowls another in-swinging full delivery that Tattersall plays firmly out towards straight mid-on. Doesn't quite time it as well as he would have liked, and it goes more or less straight to right. Umpire Warren wanders out and just remarks the crease where Barnes is landing. From this distance the pitch looks very good, doesn't it? Almost white under the high sun. And relatively unmarked between obviously one end and t'other, but we can't get close enough to see the cracks, etc. In goes Barnes, bowls short and going for the pull, doesn't time it and thumps into the rib area, the side of the ribs, and Tattersall wore it bravely. He goes down on 2 knees, but he's essentially alright, sounded padded, so perhaps just a jarring blow rather than anything worse than that. Gets a pat on the back from Cobain. It is the end of the over. 71 for 5, 3 runs from the over. The last sort of 4 or 5 overs, things have been fairly pedestrian, relatively speaking, compared to what went before.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to say exactly what Gloucestershire have done differently here, because yes, Glenn Phillips was out to a ball that he played all around, really, a delivery which was on leg stump and he'd moved a long way across, but you can't forget about the 7 or 8 deliveries that he must have faced which turned from middle and leg to well outside off stump. You can look at as I said before, you can look at the dismissals individually as Parkinson goes forward and Cobain defensively pushing forward. Parkinson will pick it up. You can look at the dismissals and say, well, there wasn't anything wrong with in terms of excessive turn on the dismissals. Obviously, you can't just necessarily always isolate the dismissal as the dismissal. As forward goes Cobain, plays that one slightly uppishly, and it was wide of the fielder, who was more of a forward silly point, and now after that ball has moved to exactly where he might have been able to take a catch.
Updates time 71 for 5, so no wickets since you were with me last. A little bit of a stand from the 2 Gloucestershire batsmen. Ian Cobain, who made a century against Leicestershire at Bristol. They'll want to get him quickly. He's on 17 not out at the moment. John Tattersall, who's on loan at Gloucestershire from Yorkshire, is 22 not out. They're still well behind the game, Gloucestershire, so they need another 222 just to make Leicestershire bat again, but there's been some stern resistance in the last half hour, as a consequence of which they're 71 for 5.
Parkinson to Cobain, full, and Cobain this time playing back to the bowler. The flip side of that, of course, is from the other side, is to say, yes, if Phillips hadn't walked a long way across, then he may have been able to do the same as Cobain is now doing and get to a period where the ball is not ragged past the outside edge for quite some time. As forward goes in, Cobain plays that one away out towards backward point, and there's no run. And at the moment, these two, and particularly I'm going to say Cobain, because he's been out there for longer and has faced a lot more of Parkinson, is showing that, yeah, it is possible to get through extended periods against Parkinson. Forward goes Cobain, playing that one out into the leg side, so it is another maiden over. 6 bowled now by Parkinson. 15 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 24. He's bowled about 2 bad balls today so far, it feels like that. Credit must go to him, because we've seen, even on turning surfaces, for example out in India, where even though there's assistance out there, the spinners can't land the ball in the right spot, and Parkinson has landed the ball in the right spot, and he has got his rewards for doing that. 71 for 5, Gloucestershire trail by 2-2-2.
What has changed? One wonders. Can't really be the pitch too much, can it? Can't really have flattened under the you know, has half an hour's sun made all? Can it make a difference? The heavy roller, as we discussed before, this at the beginning of the play, went on for 7 minutes. Didn't seem to make too much difference in taking any of the devils out of the pitch, such as there were.
I mean, it's hard to know, isn't it? But at the same time, it has been a long time since we've seen one turn to the extent that we saw it happen earlier. So whether it is something that Parkinson is doing now, which he wasn't doing before, or
not doing that he was doing
yes,
before.
quite, yes.
Or whether the seam has just dropped and gone down a little bit as a motorbike goes down Milligan Road. To our left, Ed Barnes is ready to go. They have got a deep square out now, and he wants Lewis Hill, who is that deep square, to go a little bit close, only a yard or two. Barnes is in to John Tattersall, bowls, back foot defensive shot, turns his wrists on it out towards Will Davis, who's still those 3 pitches back at a shortish mid-wicket. Ackerman has been warming up for a little while. Is continuing so to do. Claps his hands at second slip. Hammo? Who's Hammo? I think of Hammond, but he's been and gone, so another odd nickname. In goes Barnes and bowls in swinger, and Tattersall plays it well. Falls away slightly as he delivers the in swinger, Ed Barnes. The shape of his body changes slightly in the delivery.
And it's not just for the spinners either, because it's been a while since we've seen. I mean, neither Mike nor Barnes have been able to get the movement off the pitch that Wright got, and there was significant movement off the pitch to get rid of Hammond, especially. So they just haven't. It just hasn't been there, just as the turn hasn't been.
Barnes is in again. That's a better length delivery, and half forward is Tattersall defending. It was the in-swinger again. Delivery on off stump, down into the ground. It bounces slowly towards what would be gully. There isn't one, but Ackerman moves up from second slip to field. Claps his hands together. Yeah, the change when Mike came on for Wright sort of marked a little change in tempo and nature of the game, although Parkinson continued to cause the bigger threat. Tattersall turns it neatly off his legs, down almost directly to Parkinson at long leg. Good throw from Parkinson, just a single to Tattersall, 23, 7-2 for 5, 41. Now the partnership for the 6th wicket. They dearly love to break this before lunch, Leicestershire.
Got those wishes so far, so
4 wickets they picked up in the first hour and 10 minutes, but none since. Barnes is ready to go. Cobain isn't quite, so Barnes turns, walks back to the top of his mark. And he is ready to go now. It's about a 22, 23 yard run as he bowls to Cobain, who almost plays on. That was a good in-swinger, in-dipper, in that it was a perfect length. Cobain went forward, got a thick inside down to his pad, and it bounced up into the air for a second. The Liverpudlian wasn't absolutely sure where the ball had gone.
I think that's the length that they just haven't hit the change seamers. It's probably just full of a good length, and in general it's either been just a bit short or a bit too full. And if you hit that length, I think you'll probably find that there is still plenty out there.
Barnes endeavouring to do so, is in again, but that one is down the leg side. Cobain can just step inside, it doesn't get anything on it. Barnes hands on his hips as he walks across with himself away into the offside to his position at backward point, because it's the end of the over. And he raises his eyes to the heavens. 3 overs, none for 12. Was it 4 overs, none for 17 from Mike? So 7 overs, none for 29 from the change seamers. Davis today. Davis is beginning to warm up a little bit. So Ackerman's endless warming up still hasn't resulted in him coming on to bowl.
And in further bad news for Gloucestershire fans from the Test match,
Oh, Bracey, what has
James
happened?
Bracey has been bowled by Tim Southey for no score.
Oh dear.
As Parkinson starts a new over and bowls to Tattersall, it's full and forward. Tattersall playing back to the bowler, so England this morning have collapsed to 160 for 6. Now in
They started at about 110 for 2, something like that, wasn't it?
Yep, somewhere along those lines. Parkinson bowls now to Tattersall, he comes forward and plays that one to forward silly point. There's no run. Tim Southey 20 overs, 8 maidens, 4 for 35. And the other 2 wickets to Kyle Jamieson. He got rid of Root to Jamieson for 42. Pope LWW Southey 22, and Lawrence and Bracey both gone without scoring. Down the pitch comes Tattersall and whips that one away through mid-wicket for 4 runs. That's about the first time we've seen anybody try to use their feet to Parkinson, and he's been bowling very full the last few overs, and Is he down there? Should be. Earlier on in his innings.
Right, is in, edged, caught at first slip. Bounced a little bit and, well, just saying how well...
Still cricket left to play.
Right, in, short, outside off stump, played in the air over the back of point, but out towards wide. In again, and bowling, goes past the outside edge, takes the edge, and he's gone. Lacer's gone, and he looks down, and he puts hands on his knees.
Thought it might turn. There's just play before. Has he gone too far across? He has. He's been given, but Russell, Warren and Phillips hates that decision. There's a slog sweep from Higgins which goes high in the air. Should be a simple catch from mid-wicket. It's going to take it and does.
That was a shocking
The
shot.
end of Ryan Higgins bowls, and that is tickled away down the leg side, and I think this time, yes it is indeed, runs. So Tattersall is
Over. Can Mike prove me wrong? Bowls short, and he's cut away for 4. A little bit. In goes Mike, and bowls to Tattersall, who turns him nicely off his legs. That might have enough on it to go all the way. At least as Mike in and bowls, and that one has been worked past Parkinson, who's going to have to chase that back towards deep mid-wicket.
point as Cobain brings out the sweep and gets that one right where leg slip was, and it will go 5 for 4 runs.
Barnes, kicking up his heels, runs away from us, and Bowl is on driven for 4. In swing again, it was over this time.
Both gone without scoring. Down the pitch comes Tattersall and whips that one away through mid-wicket for 4 runs.
Good afternoon, everybody, from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester, second session on this third day of the LV Insurance County Championship match between Leicestershire and Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire about to resume their second innings on 90 for 5, which doesn't sound good, but it sounds an awful lot better than 31 for 5, which they were after an hour's play this morning. They still, however, need another 203 runs to make Leicestershire bat again. BBC Radio's Bristol, Gloucestershire and Leicester bringing you ball by ball commentary on the game. Ed Seaborn and Richard Ray, your commentators. The two not out batsmen Ian Cobain and Johnny Tattersall heading out to join the Leicestershire players already out there in the middle alongside umpires Russell Warren and Nick Cook. It was a curious morning's play, as I say. The 5 wickets that fell, or 4 wickets, I beg your pardon, that fell, all fell pretty quickly. Those of Miles Hammond and Tom Lace to Chris Wright and Glenn Phillips and Ryan Higgins to Callum Parkinson, but then Cobain and Tattersall dug in and provided some stout resistance they will hope will continue. They've so far put together a partnership of 59 for the 6th wicket, but as I say, Gloucestershire still trail by 203 runs. Can they make Leicestershire bat again? Can they get through? Well, they probably need to get through this session without losing a wicket, one suspects. Umpire Cook waving frantically at the scorers, trying to catch their attention. We had Callum Parkinson bowling through the entire morning from the Bennett end, the top end of the ground, as we look out across it from the pavilion. But, Ed Seaborn, we have an immediate change.
We do, and Chris Wright is going to come on from the opposite end, from the end where he had his success this morning in removing Miles Hammond and Tom Lace. And it will be Johnny Tattersall to face the first ball after lunch. 2 slips, a gully and a short mid-wicket are the catching fielders for Chris Wright as he moves into bowl to Tattersall. He starts him off with a bouncer, which Tattersall ducks underneath. So I didn't really see that one coming, but Tattersall certainly did. There is a deep square leg out on the boundary as I look out there now, just looking around the corner of the window, and a long leg as well. So he does have the field for a shorter ball, but I didn't see too much short stuff this morning, and I think for good reason, but they do have the field, as I say, set for the occasional short ball as Wright bowls this time full and on the stumps, and Tattersall rather opens the face, just pushes that one out towards point, and there's no run. Tattersall's batted very positively so far, 34 off 61, and it's not just necessarily been the scoring shots. He's been decisive out there in his movements and looked like somebody who was coming into this game with some runs under their belt, as he is after last week, as that's down the leg side this time from Wright, and a no ball is called and signalled with the jazz hands by Nick Cook. And 2 more runs onto the score. So Chris Wright, who bowled, I think he bowled all 5 of the no balls in the first innings, accounting for 10 runs total, and this now his second, I think, in this innings, as Wright bowls now to Tattersall, well wide of off stump and left alone by Johnny Tattersall. Wright was getting the ball to swing as well as move about off the surface this morning, but I suspect with the weather conditions being as they are, glorious sunshine, that likely to be too much swing out there now with the older ball as well. Imagine it might already be a little scuffed up at this stage. Wright bowls now full, and forward goes Tattersall, playing confidently back to the bowler. Not gone over attacking of Leicestershire, And that's kind of been the case throughout most of this innings. They've been content to balance attack with defence and not allowing the two Gloucestershire players to get away from them, score too quickly. It's right bowls now to Tattersall, goes forward, plays this one nicely into the gap. It was there inviting the shot, nobody in the covers, so just a drop and run into the offside for a single. 93 for 5, Tattersall up to 35, and that rather typifying the way that Tattersall's gone about things, really. Good footwork, confident footwork, and setting off for a well-judged single. So Ian Cobain will face his first ball of the afternoon, and he will just get one ball of right. Only change in the field is there is a cover in place for Cobain, and deep square leg comes up to mid-wicket, as that's way down the leg side from Chris Wright, and Swindles has been very tidy behind the stumps, particularly in this innings when he's had a few deliveries fired well to his left, and he's done well to prevent byes there. 93 for 5 Gloucestershire, 3 runs off the first over of the afternoon.
Apologies to those who are listening on the stream. You just lost us for a few minutes before lunch, but I'm glad to say that I understand commentary is loud and clear and, quote, in sync again. So it may be that that was a bit of an issue beforehand too, but hopefully we make some sort of sense. Well, at least we are in sync anyway, if we don't make too much sense. Well, no spin then after lunch at all, because Ed Barnes is going to take up the attack for the Foxes from the pavilion end. Bowled just 3 overs in the morning session. He has got a short mid-wicket and he has got a short backward square as he comes in and bowls an in-swinging, looking for the Yorker. It was fullish, almost on the crease, to Tattersall, who waited for it, played it under his eyes, just dropped it out into the offside, and umpire Cook, with the backward square in, marches, if that determined strut can be called a march, back across to a point. Decided that's going to be an easier position to make any calls that he may be required to make. But it's an odd field because there are no slips, there is just a gully as Barnes is in, bowled and outside off stump again full, and again Tattersall is leaning forward looking to stroke it away through the offside, goes more or less straight to Lewis Hill at extra cover, and he makes the stop. There is no run, so they're bowling to a plan of sorts. Leicestershire, quite what that plan is, however, in terms of inducing a false shot from Tattersall and or Cobain, I'm not entirely sure at the moment. That length is an odd one. In goes Barnes, and he's turned the in-swinger this time away towards mid-wicket. Ben Mike, who's out there at deep square, comes scampering in. One of the quicker fielders on the Leicestershire side gets to the ball at mid-wicket. Gets his throw away, just a single to Tattersall. Ackerman, the captain, is the man at that short mid-wicket. Davis, who was at short mid-wicket, has gone to short backward square, about 4 pitches back. Azad, with pads on underneath his whites, is in the gully. Evans, ditto, pads under his whites, is at backward point. Barnes is in again, looking for the Yorker. Big puff of dust as Cobain comes down on the ball, plays it comfortably enough, but indicates to Tattersall that there was a little bit of in-swing there. But it's an interesting choice of attack, both tactically and in terms of who's actually delivering the ball. Maybe looking to frustrate Cobain and Tattersall into playing a false shot. And goes Barnes and bowls short, pulled around the corner by Cobain, in complete control of that one, out towards Parkinson, who is down at long leg, and the single is taken. Parkinson actually throws it into Davis at that short backward square position rather than wicket-keeper Swindles, the batsman having long since settled for the single. So both are up and running post-lunch. Cobain on to 24 now, Tattersall on to 36. Gone strike, looks around a Yorkshireman. Good knock last time out, making a very good impression, or reinforcing the good impression already made, if you like. In goes Barnes and bowls to him down the leg side. Swindles takes on the half volley, falling away to his left. Make sure that no extras accrue as a consequence. 95 for 5 though. Gloucestershire, they continue to build steadily. This partnership for the 6th wicket is now into the 60s.
As you say though, you do rather feel as though these two have to bat for the entire session. And then you see where you get to. Tom Smith has played some very long innings in his career and can be obstinate in defence. So it's not as though there's no batting left for Gloucestershire, and really all of Payne, Shaw and Worrell. There's no mugs by any stretch of the imagination left there, but at the same time, because of the position that Gloucestershire are in and the amount of time left in the game, these two have to do the majority of the work. As right bowls now to Cobain, who plays that one quite late and jabs it away out into the covers where Ben Mike picks the ball up. He's clearly the chief shiner among the, one of the chief shiners among the Leicestershire side, as his trousers will show large red patches on them from repeated work on the ball. As White bowls now to Cobain, who pushes firmly up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Marcus Harris, who really set this whole thing up for Leicestershire. Because it wasn't just him. And Hill both making half centuries, and really nobody in that middle order failed completely. Everybody contributed something, and Gloucestershire could never take wickets in quick succession in that 451 for Leicestershire. As right bowls now to Cobain, who drops and says no loudly after taking one step down the pitch. Tattersall responding quickly to that call, and it was a good one, as it was not far enough away from backward point to set off for that single. Yeah, wonderful innings from Marcus Harris, 148, falling just short of his 150, but continuing the theme in his career, it seems, of as he goes big, he goes really big. Right now bowls to Cobain, who plays a rather glorious looking shot off the back foot, which he doesn't time to perfection, and relay fielding is not the smartest that you'll ever see, as Evans flicks the ball over the head of Ben Mike. Has a look at him as if to say, what was that? And they've come back for 3 runs. He laid back nicely on that one, did Cobain, and tried to calm it away through the offside for 4. It's a long boundary out there, so as I say, on some other grounds he may have got 4 for that even, but he didn't time it to perfection. 98 for 5 as Cobain's moved his tally up to 27. And right moves to the crease and bowls, and that's back of a length, left alone by Tattersall. Make sure he gets everything right out of the way of it, and Nick Cook's nodding his head vigorously at something out there. It's always worth a watch. It's Nick Cook. I mean, I wonder how many games Nick Cook and Ian Gould have umpired together, but if you got those two together out there, that would be quite something. Must have been together at some point in their careers. Chris Wright in and bowls to Tattersall, who plays that one pretty comfortably away up to mid-off defensively. So just the 3 runs off the over. Leicestershire remain 98 for 5, and at least early signs are that Chris Wright not getting the kind of movement off the pitch either that he was getting early on, but there's still time in his spell. Gloucestershire still trailed by 195.
Batsmen meet in mid-pitch for a chat, a little mutual encouragement, I'm sure. Always a good sign for the batsman when the opposing captain starts to set some funky feels, tries to make something happen because nothing really is happening all of a sudden, and they have now 2 short mid-wickets, Leicestershire in for Ed Barnes as he runs in and bowls to Cobain. A horrible delivery, speared short down the leg side. It must have been desperately close to being wide. Wasn't so signalled. Got away with one there, Ed Barnes, rather. And after I was saying that one of the main characteristics of his bowling so far for Leicestershire, and it's very early in his Leicestershire career, first-class career really, it's been his accuracy. He's been anything but, really. At least that delivery wasn't. He wipes his brow, mops his brow. Straw-haired young man runs in and bowls to Tattersall, beg your pardon, to Cobain, turns it neatly off his legs, turns his wrists on it, and it travels quickly across this vast outfield out towards Callum Parkinson. Parkinson gets there certainly before Ben Mike. Parkinson at long leg, Mike at deep square. Single taken. Cobain to T8, building ominously as far as Leicestershire are concerned. It's not the crash bang in innings that he played at Bristol so far, at any rate, although he did play himself in down in Bristol as well. He got to T and had a look in company with Tom Lace that day. In goes Barnes, bowls to Tattersall, again looking almost for the Yorker, but it was too full. Reached him as a low full toss, even so just defended it calmly. Bounced off the thick inside part of the bat out towards Chris Wright. And there was a little cry of irritation from Barnes, whether it was because he failed to bowl the Yorker he was looking for, or he just wasn't looking to pitch it that far up, but it's the length balls that have taken wickets for the seam bowlers in this game. When I say seam bowlers, I just mean Chris Wright. In goes Barnes, and another very full in-swinging Yorker that becomes a full toss. Is turned away into the leg side by Tattersall this time. Ben Mike comes out to reach it. He brings up the Gloucestershire 100 in taking that single, but Barnes' hands went up to his face. He's just not getting it right at the moment. I'm sure he's looking to bowl length in-swingers, judging by the fact he has 2 short mid-wickets that he hopes Tattersall might, or indeed Cobain, might just clip in the air, but at the moment he's over-pitching, making life reasonably comfortable for both batsmen. Hammond will be becoming frustrated, one feels, as Barnes is in and bowls. That is a better length delivery, and is turned very upright. Cobain, as he does so, he waited for it, so although he's sort of walking into the shot, it was almost a back foot turn out towards mid-wicket. Will Davis is the squarer of the 2. Ackerman himself on the left of the 2 as we look out from the top of the pavilion. Barnes in past umpire Warren, bowls in swinging Yorker in the air as it's driven back past him, and he stuck out a right hand, couldn't get there. It goes past him and runs very straight away for 4, but just a whiff, the slightest whiff of a chance. Need something to happen, Leicestershire. Cobain played that solidly though. He moves into the 30s, on to 32, albeit in the air just for a few feet. Might just have brushed the fingertips of Barnes. It would have been a miracle catch though. Gloucestershire 104 now for 5.
Does get the ball in some interesting areas sometimes, does Ian Cobain, and a straight drive in the end, and really, as you said, it was hit pretty hard. It was sort of shaped up as though it was going to go through the covers at one stage, but it's a very interesting follow-through. I mean, the follow-through would suggest that he'd whipped it through mid-wicket, but it's a very unique, I can't have very unique, he does have a unique style, does Cobain, which is fantastic to watch, particularly, of course, in white ball stuff when he's hitting the ball all over the place. Here is Wright, bowls to Tattersall, good length ball, and Tattersall defending away out towards the cover region. Blast on the whistle there. Quite sure what for, but At any rate, the gentleman or lady with the whistle is back at any rate. Callum Parkinson was going through a couple of warm-ups at cover a moment ago. He's not doing anything too vigorous, whether he's just staying loose or whether he is going to come on to bowl soon. We shall wait to see. 2 slips in place as right bowls to Tattersall, who drives, but drives on the bounce right back to Chris Wright. But a nice looking bit of timing from Tattersall, and so I haven't seen too many straight drives, particularly from Gloucestershire. Saw a few more from Leicestershire, as you might expect in an innings of 450 odd, but just starting to drive the ball down the ground with confidence, which is always a good sign if you're a batsman. As right bowls to Tattersall full, Tattersall moving forward and playing that one out towards cover. No run. Parkinson, sun hat on, does the fielding. Having bowled for the entire morning session, but there's another warm-up delivery. I can't imagine that Leicestershire are going to go too long with 2 seamers on. White turns at the end of his decent length run-up and comes in to bowl to Tattersall, who turns that one all on the ground straight to Will Davis, who's fielding at a shortish mid-wicket, just the one fielder in that region now. Clearly feel as though it's a mode of dismissal that is likely for Tattersall. 2 slips standing quite wide of each other. There's quite a significant gap between both first slip rather, and keeper, and second and first slip. They're covering a lot of area there as right bowls outside off stump, and Tattersall shoulders arms to that one. Just think it's just after 2, so I'm expecting to hear noises in my head. No, won't happen.
Sports programme. So 2:25 is the next one.
So right to bowl the last ball of the over. Hasn't conceded a run yet from it. He charges in for the final time. This over bowls to Tattersall. That one does come back a little at him, as he suggests from standing there on his, leaning on his bat for a moment, and he negotiated it successfully though with a defensive shot out into the offside. But just the first one there possibly that has just deviated a little bit for Chris Wright off the pitch, but not so much that Tattersall couldn't play it, and that ends that over. Gloucestershire 104 for 5 still.
Well, the Barnes spell from this pavilion end was a short-lived experiment. Didn't quite work. They thought they might, with the in-swingers, get one or t'other of the batsmen to chip it in the air towards mid-wicket Leicestershire, but neither Cobain nor Tattersall did so. So back to Parkinson. 18 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 30 his figures so far, giving him 8 for 75 in the game. Callum Parkinson, having bowled all morning from the Bennett end, he's now going to have a go from the pavilion end. He's got 2 slips, a silly point and a short leg. Ian Cobain looks around and consequently sees some wide open spaces, especially on the leg side. Parkinson is in to Cobain, who leans forward. There's a bit of slow, low turn away. He lets it go through. But as I say, the turn both slow and low. Whether the sun has had a soporific effect on the pitch, well, Gloucestershire will certainly hope so. In goes Parkinson, bowls, brings Cobain forward solidly on off stump. Azad reaches to his left at silly point, almost silly mid-off. In fact, it is more silly mid-off than silly point now. He has taken a step to his right. Parkinson in, bowls, just onto leg stump. That was the danger. There is no fine leg or long leg or deep backward square. Even Ackerman has to sprint back from slip. Even so, he concedes 3 runs, picks up about 2 yards inside the ropes, throws on the turn. But if anything goes down there, it is a long old chase for any Leicestershire fielder. Ackerman was the man on that occasion. Cobain picks up 3. He's catching up Tattersall. He's on 35 now. He was only on about 30 odd at tea on the final day down in Bristol. Ian Cobain, as I recall. I'll check the figures that he was on. He was on 33 not out, and Tom Lace was 40 not out. 132 for 3 at that stage. Gloucestershire in goes Parkinson, bowls outside off stump, and it's been nicely steered away behind point for 4 by John Tattersall. Just waited for it, and he has played nicely off the back foot and just steered it just wide of the diving Evans at backward point. He sprawled away to his left, couldn't get there, and without a third man, and certainly without a sweeper on the offside, 4 runs was the inevitable result. So Cobain and Tattersall pick up where they left off. They're playing very nicely indeed. Have taken Gloucestershire onto 111 for 5, put together a partnership of 80 now for the 6th wicket. In stark contrast to the carnage that went before. Parkinson is in, bowls very full to Tattersall, who gets himself a little out of position, was trying to clip it away through the leg side and overstepped it slightly, with the result that he jammed it rather down into the ground and back up the pitch to the Lancastrian Parkinson, who characteristically sort of shoots his cuffs before going in and bowling a good line and length to Tattersall, but no turn. He got to the pitch of it anyway, smothered any nascent turn before it could manifest itself, and played it out into the offside for no run. End of the over. 7 from it, with the 3 to Cobain down to long leg, and the 4 to Tattersall down to deep backward point. 111 for 5. 6 overs have been bowled since lunch. 21 runs have been added. No chances have been created. Indeed, the bat has not been beaten in that time. The game has changed.
Really nice feature of Tattersall's batting, the shot that brought him the boundary. He featured particularly off the spinners, of course, but the way he rocks onto that back foot and doesn't play a flailing cut shot at the ball. He just keeps the bat pretty much level and just runs it away really behind square on the offside, and there's much less risk in doing that than there is in terms of trying to have a big cut at a ball that potentially might keep low or bounce on you. Played that shot nicely last week as well. Cobain's on strike as Chris Wright starts a new over and bowls, and Cobain almost plays that one on. Inside edge, Tattersall's come a long way down, but he will scurry back as there was nobody anywhere near the ball. Will Davis had to come in from mid-wicket to pick the ball up. But another inside edge that doesn't find the stumps. Several of those in Leicestershire's first innings, and amazing, we could have had so many drag-ons this match, and we've only had, well, Tom Smith dragged his pull shot on, but from memory I can't think of another one. As Wright's in and bowls full and turned by Cobain wristfully, but straight to Will Davis at mid-wicket. There is no run, and the no ball has been signalled by Nick Cook. He's, yeah, get that hand waving, Mr. Cook. Gives the scorers a big thumbs up after they spot the no ball call. I think, in fairness to them, they were probably obscured by Chris Wright walking back to his mark for some way, as indeed I was for a bit of time. 113 for 5. Wright bowls to Cobain, and that one just comes back slightly to the right-hander, but played comfortably by Cobain, who's rehearsing a few defensive shots away towards square leg, but hasn't really looked as though he's needed to rehearse them given the way he's played so far. Been out there for 2 hours now, has Ian Cobain. Here is right bowls, and there's a drive which goes straight into the ground and only rolls just about to the second pitch across from the one we're using. To say, he did not time that one the best. In general, he's not timed the ball too badly, even though he's only struck 3 boundaries, but that's just because he's not really looked to smack boundaries out there. It's the Ian Cobain from the middle session of the return fixture rather than the final session so far, as right bowls to Cobain, who edges, and it was short of slip, but it'll fly in between first and second slip, and 4 runs go to the total, 117 for 5. Flashing outside edge. There is a big gap between them, and it wouldn't have carried, as I say, to either Ackerman or Azad, but they're going to take a couple of steps closer now, of course.
Arguably the first little bit of encouragement for Leicestershire post-lunch, but Ackerman is sending Azad back to third man as a consequence.
Quite a fine third man as well. He's got the pads on still from fielding in close to Parkinson, as Wright moves in, bowls to Cobain, very full and pushed away up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Doesn't quite, famous last words possibly, but doesn't quite seem to be the same pace from Wright as he was bowling this morning. It just looks to be ever so slightly, just a tick down on what it was, possibly as you might expect. Been firing and ready to go this morning, and certainly was very effective, taking a couple of wickets. That's 2 straight and whipped away by Cobain, and a good tumbling stop is made at long leg by Lewis Hill. So just the 1 run taken, so Leicestershire having their long leg in the right position. Cobain couldn't quite pierce the gap, even though he hit it well, and he's moved up to 40. Gloucestershire 118 for 5.
Umpires Cook and Warren. The briefest of meetings in the covers before parting. Umpire Cook 2 point again, because there is the short leg in. Umpire Warren to his position behind the stumps, as Callum Parkinson will continue around the wicket to Ian Cobain with 4 close catches plus the wicket keeper. Jogs in and bowls. Cobain stretches forward, watches as it turns off the pitch, but slowly away from his off stump into the gloves of Harry Swindles. Parkinson bowls, slightly flatter delivery, straighter, and on off stump Cobain leans forward and just defends it firmly back to the left of Parkinson, who moves out to stop the ball. A few clouds around during the lunch interval. They have pretty much dispersed now, as Parkinson is in. Forward goes Cobain, pushing it square on the offside this time. Jogging in is Hill from backward point, being talked to by Nick Cook. In goes Parkinson and bowls. Nice line forward on middle stump this time goes Cobain. Plays it back down the pitch to the young left armour.
Awful lot of hand pointing from Nick Cook there. It's almost as if he was telling him what he thought the field should be.
Parkinson in again. Good line, good length, and a good defensive shot from Ian Cobain. He remains on 40, Tattersall 41. It's been an impressive effort from these two. almost getting towards a sort of three-figure partnership as Parkinson is into Cobain, tossed up and clipped firmly, but not quite timed as well as he would have liked by Cobain. You heard him say wait as he saw Wright getting across from wide mid-on to mid-on, made the stop, and Parkinson as a consequence registers another maiden, his 7th in 20 overs, 3 for 37 his figures. Don't suspect at this stage Ackerman will be too concerned about the scoreboard, in that Parkinson, and to a certain extent Wright, is giving him some sort of control. So much work for Gloucestershire still to do, another 175 just to make Leicestershire bat again. If they get it down to less than 100 without losing another wicket, I think Ackerman will have plenty to think about, because then they can think in terms of getting a lead and getting Leicestershire back in, and then you never know.
Here's Chris Wright, bowls to Tattersall full, and forward goes the on that lone wicket keeper and plays that one away to Parkinson at extra cover. Still got a very, very long way to go before Leicestershire need to be at all concerned. Of course they want everything to happen quickly and get over and done with and get away before this session's over even, but there's no need to be panicking out there, as here is Wright in and bowl short, and that strikes Tattersall on the helmet, and well, he can run, but dead ball is called, in fact, of course, because the umpires will be worried about injury, so they'll call dead ball as soon as that happens. And Tattersall seems to be all right, but got struck a blow there from a sharp bouncer, and there's the height advantage that Chris Wright has. Tall chap, he's able to generate bounce even if he's not exactly bowling 90 miles an hour, but the surprise factor, Tattersall struck a blow. So the helmet will need to be changed, and the concussion protocol will need to be adhered to. As out goes George Scott with a selection of helmets to choose from. Most of them coming out with several bats, but a selection of helmets too.
Opportunity for all three groups to get together. Tattersall and Cobain and Scott and the Gloucestershire physio, the Leicestershire players and the two umpires. Three separate groups out there at the moment. Springsteen can't understand why Leicestershire have such a defensive field. Matthew down in Melbourne thinks, like Springsteen, it might be time for Bat Padman Hassan Azad to toss one or two up just to see if he can tempt Cobain or Tattersall into an indiscretion.
You'd think now after that delivery that a short leg might be called for. See whether Tattersall fends one off in that region after getting hit on the helmet.
Barnes and Tattersall exchanging words. As I say, they'll be old acquaintances, I'm sure.
Well, it's not happening terribly quickly out there, nor should it, but in fact what looks like is happening is that George Scott was asked to go and get a third helmet to choose from, and looks as though thankfully that's all that Tattersall was down on his haunches for, and Chris Powell will hopefully in a moment or so make his way off once Tattersall has his equipment together and everything should be fine, and the helmet has done its job, and its final job of course as well. It's been a decent start though from Gloucestershire, 40 minutes, well, just under 40 minutes, and as you say, no alarms yet really, other than that edge from Cobain which fell short of the slips. that though, it's been a decent start for Gloucestershire, but not even through 1 hour of the afternoon session, let alone through the whole of the afternoon session. So a lot of overs left to face. 56 more after this. My failing eyesight over there is correct. Squinting at the scoreboard in the distance, yeah. So we are ready to get back underway as Tattersall faces up to Chris Wright, and Wright bowls another bouncer, but Tattersall this time sees it coming quite early and gets underneath it. And I think really that it was just the surprise factor. Wright hadn't bowled one for a while, and I think in terms of a persistent line of attack, possibly not one that Chris Wright will employ for too long. If he's going to, you'd think he'd have somebody else in catching on the leg side, even if it were to short leg, somebody inside the circle, possibly at square leg, to catch a ball that just pops up in that region. Right bowls to Tattersall full, and defensively played away towards extra cover, and there is no run.
Yeah, not just old acquaintances, Tattersall and Barnes, but old schoolmates. As I mentioned yesterday, both went to the same school in Knaresborough with a K.
I've been to Knaresborough, I've been to Harrogate.
You didn't miss it by much then, it's only 2 miles up the road. Big sort of viaduct over the River Nid, rather pretty.
Here goes Wright bowls to Tattersall full, and Tattersall plays a very correct forward defensive, which just goes towards mid-on. Picked up by Ben Mike. Nidderdale.
Nidderdale's further up.
A-O-N-B, isn't it? Yeah, but it's sort of on the
Paisley Bridge up
way
there.
towards Skipton, isn't it? Sort of. Well, I say towards, I mean
sort of. Yeah.
North and west. Yeah, lovely part of the world. There goes Tattersall. No, he doesn't. Wright is in. Bowls back of a length, and Tattersall drops the hands out of the way of it in the end, but he's probably earned himself a few more short of a length deliveries there, has Tattersall, not just with the bouncer that struck him on the helmet, but also that last delivery. But Leicestershire should get somebody else in close, particularly on the leg side, and have themselves an opportunity to break this partnership, and it has been a good one. Gloucestershire 118 for 5, Cobain 40, Tattersall 41.
Yeah, played that bouncer very well. Dropped his hands and got out of the way of it. Parkinson to continue to Cobain, still with the 4 close fielders clustered around the bat, plus of course Swindles. In past umpire Warren and Bowles. Forward goes Cobain, and you heard the rapping call of no as he played it out to Ed Butts, who's in the covers. Parkinson in again. Bowles edge just short of second slip. Davis almost got his left hand underneath it, but I think it would have been short of him. But first moment of really genuine alarm for Cobain and for Gloucestershire post lunch. It was a genuine edge. You could say he played it soft hands, and consequently it wasn't really a chance, but he almost got his hand underneath. It was desperately close to Davis, and I don't think you could say he was completely in control of that one, really. Ian Cobain, as a consequence, he picks up 4, moves on to 44 as it ran away down to third man, but Parkinson should be encouraged. In he goes and bowls, and Cobain is very studiously and carefully forward, defending that one off middle stump. There was a little shout of frustration from Parkinson as that one just dropped down towards Davis. Couldn't get his left hand underneath the ball, reached out in front of him. Parkinson in again to Cobain, who again is forward very carefully. Back down the pitch towards Azad, who is the man under the lid at silly, very silly. as in very close to the bat. Your call whether it is actually silly. I think it's probably safe enough. In goes Parkinson and bowls, and again he finds the thick outside edge. This time it's to the right of Davis, well to the right of him, no chance for him to get across there. He's on his knees at the moment, looking back as Evans ran back from backward point. Too short third man, and completed the fielding. A single taken by Cobain, who has now actually overtaken Tattersall, whose helmet has come off, and because he's just adjusting the visor, or tightening it, I suspect, has now completed that little bit of work, a little bit of DIY, and he's putting his gloves back on, preparing to face Parkinson in a little minor roses battle. That was Harry Swindles encouraging Parko. In goes Parkinson, bowls, Tattersall is forward, thick outside edge. He looks up to see Cobain coming at him, running down the pitch saying yeah, and running away. Tattersall is not running to the danger end. Evans has to move to his left to field, and then consequently he's going to throw to the wicketkeeper. Does so. Cobain had made his ground comfortably, but encouragement for Parkinson in that over, notwithstanding 5 runs came from it. Just the vestiges of some turn again for the left armour, and one that went away for 4, desperately close to being a chance for Will Davis. End of the over, 1-2-4 for 5 Gloucestershire. The partnership then just 7 runs short of 100.
Yeah, the 4 in particular will encourage Parkinson, as silly as that is to say, because that did look to be a genuine outside edge. The last couple, I think, was pretty much straight down into the ground, even though they were played with the outside half of the bat, but particularly that 4 flashed away wide of second slip, and they've got the second slip in there as well.
Just to warn you, there may be an update any second. May not, but just to warn you.
Very good. Here is right to continue. Bowls now to Tattersall as a no ball, and it deflects away down to the boundary for 4.
It was worth a shout had it not been, but I think it probably hit him outside the line.
Yeah, I must say, I saw the no ball signal so quickly that I didn't necessarily think too much about what the LBW may or may not have done, so that will go down as 6 no balls.
Here comes the update. In goes right and bowls outside off stump, plays and misses Tattersall. Yeah, 31 for 5, an hour after the morning's play began. It looked as though it was going to be all over by lunch, and Leicestershire were going to win comfortably by an innings. However, they're having to think again because of that rearguard action. Ian Cobain, who made 100 against Leicestershire in Bristol a month ago, he is 45 now, not out. John Tattersall, who is on loan at Gloucestershire from Yorkshire, is 42. Make that 46, not out now, and together they've taken Gloucestershire from the perils of 31 for 5 on to 134 for 5. So a partnership of 103 for the 6th wicket. Now, they're still in deep trouble, Gloucestershire. They still need about another 160 just to make Leicestershire bat again in this game, but it's becoming very frustrating for the Foxes. They have had a couple of close calls post-lunch, but they do need to find another wicket from somewhere and get taking them again shortly. At the moment, Gloucestershire in their second innings, 134 for 5.
Chris Wright continuing. Bowls to Tattersall, clipped away straight to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. A nice shot from Tattersall off the last ball, and there's not a huge gap between, I say long leg, but it's a very long leg and deep square, but somehow Tattersall managed to find it. And of course I erroneously said that it went down to 6 no balls, but of course it went off the pad, so 2 no balls and 4 leg byes. Anyway, never mind. It's just a bit of housekeeping. It all goes down in the extras column anyway. But a profitable over this for Gloucestershire. 10 runs off the 3 legitimate deliveries so far as Wright bowls and drifts down the leg side once more. Clipped away between the 2 fielders, sweeping behind square on the leg side, but they can't come back for a second run. And there, really another illustration, if you're listening rather than watching on the stream, of just how close those 2 fielders are, really, because that split the 2 perfectly, but they were only able to get through for a single, and Tattersall is sharp enough between the wickets and would have been running to the striker's end, so no chance to come back for a second run. 135 for 5 as Wright approaches and bowls, and that one nips back considerably on Cobain, and he is struck a blow in the midriff. At least it certainly looks as if that one jagged back. From watching from this angle, Cobain played it as if it did. Trying to, in the end, trying to make an adjustment and turn it into the leg side, but it was too late. And he was struck the blow, but seemed to be in any difficulty there. The protective equipment has done its job. And the last ball of the over is bowled now as Wright bowls to Cobain, who tries to leave and deflects it to first slip. And picked up by Ackerman there. So decent over for Gloucestershire. They've advanced to 135 for 5. The 3-figure partnership up between these 2. And that last little uncertainty from Cobain, deflecting the ball to first slip, will only add to Leicestershire's frustrations this afternoon.
It will, but just in the last couple of overs, there's been 1 or 2 things have started to happen a little bit. Right, as you described in that over, got a couple to jag back at Cobain, and Parkinson in his previous over just got a couple to turn away from the bat, and as a consequence Davis is almost on the cut strip at second slip as Parkinson goes in, and advancing down the wicket is Tattersall. Does get to the ball on the full, but manages somehow to pick out Chris Wright at mid on, a couple of yards either side, and that would have been 4. Good footwork from Tattersall, not such a good shot having got there. Be a little bit frustrated himself about that. In goes Parkinson and bowls. Tattersall goes back. There's a bit of bounce there. He lets it go as a consequence, and is taken well above the height of the stumps by Swindles. As I say, just for some reason or other, just 1 or 2 things starting to interest the Leicestershire bowlers. Parkinson is in. Tattersall again uses his feet, clips the mid wicket. Ben Mike gets the ball, throws, but very wisely Cobain ran across the line of the ball. It hit him, but he was running between the stumps and the ball. It ran away down towards third man, but Cobain told Tattersall not to run, whether as a consequence of the ball hitting him, because that's one of those things, but it was stopped, I think, down there before it crossed the rope. So all in all, just a single taken, but they could have possibly run a second, but whether he'd just sort of overrun the crease too much, Cobain, who knows. He's on strike as in goes Parkinson and bowls to him. He stretches forward, takes a thick inside edge along the ground all the way out towards short backward square. Sam Evans, who's at leg slip, jogs out to field the ball, and there is no run. Davis literally on his knees at, well, what would be gully if you went back a little bit. In goes Parkinson, bowls short, worked off the back foot by Cobain, wide of mid-on. Wright scrambled across to his right and made the stop, not before Cobain had picked up another run. He moves on to 46, Tattersall on 48. Is he going to be the first half-centurion of the innings and only the second of the match for Gloucestershire? Hammond having scored a 50 in the first innings. In goes Parkinson, bowls line and length, middle stump, middle and off, forward stretches Tattersall and defends it along the ground out towards a short mid-wicket position, and that is the end of the over. An eventful one, but not a successful one as far as Leicestershire are concerned, and there hasn't been one of those for some little time. Gloucestershire 137 now for 5.
One of the more eventful singles you'll ever see in that over, with all that was going on, and I thought that Cobain was going to be in some serious trouble there for a moment, but crisis was averted. The last thing that you would want after all the hard work that these two have done is for a run out to end things. Right, we'll bowl another over. However, you may see a change not in the too distant future, as Ben Mike's undergoing some fairly serious warm-ups at mid-on, as Wright bowls now to Cobain, and there's a drive, pleasantly timed but straight to Marcus Harris at mid-off, and there is no run. Cobain doing a lot of repeated rehearsing of his shots there. But as I said, he's not looked as though he's needed them for quite some time. Struggled a bit early on, but then the ball was turning more back then, it seemed, as Wright bowls short, and that's a fairly harmless short delivery in the end, which is banged in and well wide of off stump, and no need for Cobain to play a shot at it. Cause all sorts of problems by having a flail at a ball like that, especially on a slow surface where there's always the possibility of a drag on from a shot like that. Second slip just taking a step closer. They're now very close, having been very wide apart, those two slips, as Wright bowls well outside off stump and left alone once more by Ian Cobain. Derbyshire are 85 for 6 now, requiring 224 more runs to win, so Warwickshire look as though they are well on course for a victory there, which would position themselves very nicely for the last couple of matches. As far as making Division 1 goes, that's turning down the leg side, attempting to turn down the leg side is Cobain. Don't think he got any bat on it. No, he didn't. Nick Cook signals the leg by, but I think that one looked to be jagging back at him once more, so not considered too seriously the appeal by Nick Cook. 138 now for 5. Essex have lost a few early wickets. In fact, I think they lost all of those 3 before lunch, so having said they might have difficulty either side forcing a result, Notts have a sniff there, with Essex 34 for 3 in reply to Notts 293. Wright bowls, pleasant looking on drive from Tattersall, but not going to pick up a run for that either, as Ben Mike fields at mid-on. Somerset 132 for 1 in their second go-around against Hampshire, and that's a lead of 180, in fact 185 now as it just refreshes, so 185 for 1 effectively. Somerset 360 in their first innings, Hampshire 311. Stephen Davies has 70 and Tom Abel 61, both of them not out. Right bowls, turned away through mid-wicket by Tattersall. They will just get the single though, as the throw is hurled in. 139 for 5, the end of another over of Chris Wright. Morgan defeating Lancashire by 6 wickets earlier on. Northants bowled out eventually for 392 by Kent. Kent have begun their reply 29 for no wicket. And at Headingley, Yorkshire 447 for 5 now in reply to Sussex's 313. David Malan is just 8 runs short of a double century. So things looking good for the White Rose there, maybe just to bat the once and then try and roll Sussex over on the final day and win by an innings.
And Mike is, as forecast, going to come on and replace Parkinson from the pavilion end. So he's ringing the changes, but to no effect as yet. Ackerman. Mike is in, bowls to Tattersall, a horrible slow loopy bouncer down the leg side. Tattersall gets in position to try and hook. It's too high for him to do so. He might have accidentally spooned a catch down to wide long leg or deep backward square, so he let it go through, not without a backward glance at umpire Warren, but umpire Warren unmoved, didn't extend his arms. Mike's first spell this morning, 4 overs, none for 17, was inconsistent to say the least, and he'll be hoping to do rather better this time, but he hasn't started as well as he might have hoped. In he comes and bowls to Tattersall, who leaves, as he did this morning, a delivery that's quite close to off stump. Not, I hasten to add, as close as that one was. The one this morning, that is, which really did get very close. That was a good couple of inches away. But even so, again, he's shown good judgment.
Yes, wasn't quite waiting for the death rattle that time as that one before. I still have no idea how that one missed.
2 slips are at second and fourth. In goes Mike and bowls, hits the pad of Tattersall and starts to turn as though to appeal, but he sees umpire Warren walking away with his sort of getting ready to signal leg bye, so realises there's absolutely no point. The leg bye is duly taken. Gloucestershire onto 140 for 5. Cobain then has the chance to be first to his 50. I'm sure that's the very least thing on his mind at the moment. 46 to him, 49 to Tattersall. Together they're dragging Gloucestershire back slowly. Not into position of contention yet, but certainly now a position of much more respectability. 153 more needed to make Leicestershire bat again. Mike is in, hit in the air, and it's going to run away for 4. That is his 50 for Cobain, but he wasn't in control of that drive. It was lifted, went very straight through extra cover. Barnes dived, couldn't get there. It runs away to the extra cover boundary for 4. Ian Cobain has his 50. It's come off 111 balls and includes 6 fours. Well played. He likes batting against Leicestershire.
Yeah, well, it was slightly spooned, that drive through the gap, but Ian Cobain with a very welcome return to the kind of form that he did show in the return fixture here.
Mike in again to him very wide and went wider with a little bit of swing, but Cobain has nothing to do with it. Lets it go through.
Scored that magnificent 117 to see Gloucestershire over the line in that one. Made a half century against Middlesex as well, but as with most of the Gloucestershire batsmen, really it's been a leaner time of late, so be pleased to have got these runs under his belt, even if nothing else, ahead of the T20.
Mike in, bowls to him, short and wide, looking to get in position to cut it away off the back foot, doesn't time it at all. Thick bottom edge down into the ground. End of the over. Cobain and indeed Tattersall both signalling at the dressing room for drinks. That is because it is a sanitising break time. 144 for 5, so an hour post lunch, an hour before lunch. Gloucestershire have not lost a wicket, showing real resolution and fight, these two, and making Leicestershire work for the win that looked to be coming their way easily when Gloucestershire subsided to 31 for 5 in their second innings after an hour's play this morning. But it isn't. They're having to work for it. Chris Wright is walking off. His work for the time being done, which will require the presence of the Leicestershire 12th man, waiting to see who that will be. Tends to be a sort of changeable cast when you're at home, doesn't it? And looking around. Well, Parkinson's going to have a go from the Bennett end. He has always looked a little bit happier at that end and got a little bit more. They did get a couple to turn from this end, but turn a little bit slowly. Looking around, who's on?
Somebody else hiding out there, out of my sight.
Who's there at mid-on? I suspect it's Nat Bowley at mid-on.
Parkinson bowling to Tattersall, who turns leg side. Cobain's going to call him through for a good single. Well run, and that takes Tattersall through to a half century. So both second innings of his 2 matches with Gloucestershire have brought half centuries to Johnny Tattersall. 104 balls, 7 fours. And he really, unlike Cobain, didn't have any difficulty really when he first came out. He's really not had many deliveries that he's looked in trouble to, and perhaps the biggest cause for concern he's had was that ball which smacked him on the helmet from Chris Wright. But Cobain now on strike, 145 for 5. Parkinson bowls to Cobain, who plays that one off the inside half, and it drops down where a short leg would be, but isn't. And now, of course, that's exactly where they're going to put the fielder, moving from leg slip to short leg, the 2 slips in place and the silly point. There goes Parkinson and bowls to Cobain, who goes back and plays defensively everything in behind that one. I've heard kind of mixed feelings about whether the sort of short-term loan system is a good thing. Personally, I think it's a good thing, but I know others say that it defeats the point of county cricket. But personally, I think if you're good enough, you should be playing, and it allows... Go back to that after this ball as Parkinson tosses that one up. That's a top-edge sweep, but there's nobody anywhere near it, and it falls right where a man on the 45 would have been. They're going to come back for just the 2 runs in the end, and a round of applause for the efforts of Colin Ackerman springing out from slip to do the fielding and keep it down to just those 2 runs. Cobain up to 52, Gloucestershire 147 for 5. Yeah, I just think if you're not getting cricket and you're good enough to get cricket, then surely, you know, the greater good is that you should be playing, and you should be allowed to play for somebody who can give you that first team action. As this is forced away by Cobain. Nice looking shot through the covers. He'll pick up 2 runs. I think that's all it's going to be, and Mike charges back from the covers, and there's indeed 2 more to the total. Gloucestershire 149 now for 5. Cobain up to 54. Pitch just does seem to be getting quite a bit slower, and I don't think it's just me looking at Gloucestershire doing better now than they were earlier and drawing conclusions based on that. But it's been a long time since we've really seen a ball turn sharply and turn quickly. Parkinson bowls forward, goes Cobain, and playing into the pitch, fielded by Azad at short leg. End of another over. Cobain 54, Tattersall 50. And
Tattersall's 50, came from 104 balls,
The problem
including
is
7
Gloucestershire
balls.
have already been inflicted so much damage that there is still so much work left for these 2 in particular, and Smith, Payne, Shaw and Worrell to do if they are even to see Gloucestershire through to the end of the day. And even then, even though there is some rain in the forecast tomorrow, it doesn't look as though it's going to be a washout. So Gloucestershire will have to remain patient, and Ben White will continue.
In he goes, and bowls very full, waiting for it, playing it firmly, on driving it almost is Tattersall, but steering it out really towards mid-on, and there is no run. Yeah, they do have a lot of work still to do, but it's an impressive fight back being led by these 2. If they can both sort of go on to 3 figures, then Gloucestershire really can hope not just to save the game, but to put Leicestershire, who knows, under a little bit of pressure tomorrow. Mike is in, bowls, short, pull. Didn't quite get all of it there. John Tattersall out towards deep backward square. It rolls rather than races. Callum Parkinson under that wide-brimmed sun hat runs in to field. Up comes the 150. 150 for 5. Reads rather better than 31 for 5. 129 then added. He thinks, no, 119, that's better maths by these two. Mike is in again, a little bit short on the back foot. Cobain plays firmly, but again he too doesn't quite time it. It bounces out towards point, and there is no run.
Almost the danger is that you get quite overconfident, but you start feeling perhaps too comfortable out there, and you play a forcing shot and
don't give it away.
Exactly.
Now you've done all this work. Exactly.
Quite.
Yeah. Admirable work has been as well. Mike working away, trying to make something happen, is in short and wide and seams away. Grunt of effort, but far too wide for Cobain to have anything to do with it. He gets away with it, however. Mike, not just in terms of the batsman letting it go, but in terms of the umpire also letting it go.
I think those are the sorts of deliveries which kind of talking about, really, in terms of there's not too much good that can come out of going after a delivery like that on a slowish pitch, and it would be going away from what's been so successful for Cobain.
Mike in again to Cobain, who leaves 6 inches, 8 inches outside off stump. Close enough perhaps for the odd intake of breath from some, but knew exactly where his off stump was on that occasion.
He was a bit closer to doing what he did earlier on there and just leaving the bat there and have the ball hit it. It can't have been too far away from it. He doesn't kind of, well, in that instance anyway, he didn't kind of really raise the bat out of the way. He sort of left it there a little bit. It can sometimes cause problems.
Mike in again. That's a better delivery because it straightens a little bit. It was going towards middle and leg and getting into position to clip it away off the back foot, Cobain, and there was a little bit of late swing back towards sort of middle stump, and he had to adjust, but he's been in long enough to adjust and played it out back past Mike towards mid-off instead. A little bit of something there for Ben Mike to finish the over. However, he remains wicketless. 6 overs, none for 22 for him. Gloucestershire 150 for 5.
Parkinson will start his 24th over in a moment. He's got a fair way to march from where he's tossed his cap from, and Tattersall prodding away at the pitch, but the pitch has not had any demons really in it so far since the lunch break, but really has been since around about an hour and 15 into the innings. There's an edge and gone. Tattersall is dismissed. Eventually Nick Cook raises the finger. I think he knew that Tattersall was eventually going to drag himself off. Parkinson strikes, gets his 4th wicket, and the partnership from Leicestershire's point of view is broken at last. A faint nick. Could
have left it. It was very wide.
Yeah.
It did a bit, but nothing spectacular. And he was just drawn into playing when he didn't need to. So I think disappointment for John Tattersall, aimed very much at himself there. Could have left it alone. Should have left it alone, really. Whispers.
I'll go back.
Yeah, and I think it was going to take something like that. It looked like it. The really significant turn just hasn't been there for a while, so it's going to take a bit of a misjudgment like that, and that's what it was. Fate nick to Ackerman, and Parkinson grabs his 4th of the innings, 9th of the match. Tattersall gets some deserved applause as he walks off. He has fought very bravely and actually in general has looked in less difficulty out there than Cobain has, but he has to go, having made a second half century with Gloucestershire, and he certainly can feel that this brief spell with the county has been a success, because he has looked in decent touch, certainly not looked like somebody with the numbers that he had coming into this. And you can imagine playing for Yorkshire as well. There's a lot of pressure playing for the White Rose. Not that there isn't, of course, pressure playing for Gloucestershire as well, but in terms of just getting away from that kind of pressure can be a good thing. And
I think it's been good for everybody.
yeah, I think so. Parkinson to Tom Smith, who's out there, and that one has turned and gone through everything. And been caught at slip by Ackerman. Goodness, that one really did spit, and all of a sudden something starts to happen out there again.
That's got to be the bowler as well, sort of boosted a little bit by the taking, the boost of energy that comes from taking the wicket as well. Extra revs, extra bounce.
Parkinson bowls to Smith, flighted, and forward goes Smith, playing along the strip back to Parkinson. And yeah, you have to imagine that it's got to be something like that. I mean, we'll see if that sort of thing continues, but Parkinson bowling now to Smith, and that's short and cut away by Smith. Bit of a misfield from Barnes at backward point, but not enough of a misfield that Gloucestershire can take advantage of it and come through for a single, and there is no run. But you just wonder whether possibly he did tire, and his fingers did tire a little bit this morning as he bowled all the way through that session. There's an edge from Smith which goes along the ground, loud cry of no, and Smith's going to go down and have a garden there. Not a chat this time with Ian Cobain.
The 12th man, incidentally, is Sam Bates, a young wicketkeeper.
Parkinson flighted. Smith goes forward, playing along the ground, and picked up by Barnes at backward point. Maiden over, wicket maiden over from Parkinson. He has broken the partnership, getting rid of Tattersall, and immediately after having done so produced a turning, spitting delivery to
absolute brute
Tom
for
Smith,
delivery.
an unplayable delivery for anybody. And yeah, we'll see in subsequent overs whether that sort of thing is repeated, but spirits will definitely be very much raised by Leicestershire now, and I think, well, the effort that Gloucestershire will need to get themselves into a position to
You
bat out the
mentioned
rest
Smith
of the
can
day.
do it,
He
though, can't
certainly
he?
can,
He can,
you know.
his jaw, he
He can bat for hours.
get his head down and be durable and frustrating for the opposition.
But the task
Ben
is
Mike.
just so much more difficult now.
Ben Mike in to Cobain, short, and Ben Mike watches as Cobain goes for the hook, and it's so slow and short that he actually toe ends it, and it runs out towards gully. He is several seasons too early on the shot, and could have almost have gone round again. It could have gone anywhere, I suppose. When it comes off the bat in those circumstances, it went down onto the ground on the offside. For the third time, a car alarm in one of the streets nearby, as Mike is in again to Cobain outside off stump. Grunt of effort, but it goes through quite slowly outside off stump. Cobain lets it go through.
These two batted for a very, very long time in a match against Surrey back in 2014. It was Ian Cobain's career best score of 151 not out, so he batted for 525 minutes there, and Tom Smith made 80 from 221 deliveries, 250 minutes.
Mike in again. Cobain outside of stump, just pushing it out towards point, hopping almost back into his crease, having seen Lewis Hill quickly get to the ball. Calls no, hops back in. 150 for 6 then remains the score.
And that was some serious rearguard action as well. Gloucestershire had been bowled out in their first innings for 112 as I pull up the scorecard. And Surrey 6-2-6 for 6 declared. And then in their second go, 506 for 6. Gloucestershire with those two, as I say, batting for a long time.
Mike in very wide outside of stump. So much wasted effort. And Cobain just walks away almost before the ball has passed the line of the stumps, taken by Swindles, falling away to his right. He's flirting with the cut crease, the return crease, Ben Mike. But at the moment, not quite crossing it sufficiently for umpire Warren to signal wide. Harris is calling to the deep backward square. Smev, who is Sam Evans, who comes running in, and then Ackerman.
Not you.
Ackerman.
That's what he said.
He came in too far. He came in about 30 yards. They wanted him just to come in about 10. Back he goes. In goes Mike and bowls, and it's too short and is pulled through mid-wicket for 4 by Cobain. Desperately ordinary stuff in terms of the bowling. And Ackerman has both hands on his hips at the moment. He's not over-impressed. Cobain moves on to 58. The scoreboard starts to tick again.
He's talking about wasted energy. It's wasted energy in terms of chasing after that one as well. From I suppose it's the substitute fielder, isn't he? So he's got to show as if he's got to show as if he's chasing after it hard, even though there was no catching that one.
In goes Mike, bowls short again, and he's going to concede runs again as it's steered towards backward point. Good work out there by Hill, diving away to his left. All he can do though is deflect it for a few yards to his left, picks himself up and fields, but a single taken by Cobain, moves on to 59, 155 for 6. He's very tall, Sam Bates, for a wicket keeper. I must admit, I haven't actually seen him in action as yet, but he's supposed to be pretty hot stuff and a very good batsman as well. So one for very much for the future as far as Leicestershire are concerned. I'll tell you another tall wicketkeeper they had briefly, Michael Burgess, who went to Sussex and now he's scoring a lot of runs, I think, for Warwickshire, isn't he?
Yeah, that's right.
And is in good nick. Burgie.
He's a very impressive keeper as well, and very good player. One of the better keeper batsmen out there. It feels as though everybody's got a good keeper batsman these days, at least one, in many cases a couple, although of course as Gloucestershire have had to call on Tattersall, they're not flushed with wicket keepers themselves at the moment, as Parkinson bowls now to Cobain, who comes forward and plays defensively towards short, well, I say short cover, that's not right, is it? He's under the helmet, but sort of Fort Silly Point type fielder, as Parkinson will be ready to move in and bowl now, and once more played on the bounce to Sam Evans, fielding in close on the offside. So I was talking about that partnership between Cobain and Tom Smith. They batted for 71.1 overs together in that match, as Parkinson bowls flatter and quicker, and Cobain forces that one off the back foot, but even though it was just wide of Harris at mid-off, not wide enough that he could run for it. Suspects this is, though, a rather different pitch from that one at Bristol, which was a traditional Bristol pitch in some ways, as Cobain comes forward and plays that one out towards the cover region again. No run, even though it was in between two fielders, but there's a type of pitch that you quite often see at Bristol where life in it early, and then as the game goes on it just gets better and better and better for batting, and the scores would certainly suggest it in that game. But these two have batted for a long time together before. They'll have to do it again here, as Cobain reaches for that one off the front foot, plays it just wide of backward point. No addition to the score again, but really, even if they batted for 70 odd overs, it would be still be a lot of work to do for the rest, as that's gone right through Cobain this time, and Swindles whipping off the bails. I say right through, obviously right past rather than right through. It wasn't in between bat and pad, but turn past the outside edge. First one of those that we've seen for a little while, where you'd say, it's back to. There's a bit of dip as he releases the ball, and then he lands it on just that right spot where the batsmen have to come forward, can't get to the pitch of the ball, and then it turns past them. I think possibly it has just been a little bit too full at times from Parkinson, but he's not been getting that loop to start with either, quite, that he got on that delivery. End of the over, 155 for 6 are Gloucestershire, and they still trail by 138.
He might just have been feeling it a little bit in that last sort of half an hour before lunch, especially. You know, he's not used to bowling throughout an entire session. He's bowled 25 overs in this innings now. 25 of the 55 overs of the innings bowled by Callum Parkinson. Ackerman replaces Ben Mike here at the pavilion end. In he goes and bowls. Forward goes Tom Smith, defends. Out into the on side, just turning his wrists on it a little bit. 3 close fielders, slip, leg slip and short leg. Ackerman is in, bowls. Smith is planting his front foot forward. Its bat is in front of pad. You think on that basis, if Ackerman can just get one to turn a little bit, he could be a candidate for a catch, short leg or leg slip. Ackerman is in, forward again goes Smith. Again, the bat is well in front of the pad. Ackerman bowling in his white framed sunglasses. Steps in and bowls forward, and that does take the inside, thick inside edge. Goes along the ground though. Evans at short leg gets his hand to it, slows it down, deflects it more towards Ben Mike, who's at mid-wicket. Parkinson is at a fairly conventional backward square. Ackerman in, flatter and quicker and shorter, and looking to pull is Smith, but not timing it at all, and rather shovels it out to Mike. Bounces a few times before reaching the Leicestershire all-rounder. Ackerman is in, tosses it up, and it comes off the pad. Evans flings himself to his right, can't get there. He actually pulled the bat out of the line of it. Sounded very wooden though, considering his bat was miles away from the ball. I think if I was a batsman, I'd want a manufacturer to manufacture a pad that didn't sound at all as though the bat was anywhere near it. Made a special noise of some kind. End of the over. 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 12 for Ackerman. Picked up 3 wickets in the first innings, yet to be rewarded in the second.
Perhaps they could come up with one that's got a sort of an alarm or something that goes off and alerts the umpire to the fact that, well, maybe they could get, you know, like the Zing Bales one that lights up.
Yeah,
that would be exciting.
Not sure the batsman necessarily would be. Yeah, don't know. Could work. To the drawing board.
Yeah,
designers to the drawing board.
There's a bit of time before the next game after this. Parkinson bowls, and that's left by Cobain, and I think a good leave by Ian Cobain outside off stump. I think that's a good point really about Parkinson possibly tiring this morning, because there's a tendency to think that spinners can just bowl all day without getting tired, and that's not the case. There's an edge, and has it been caught? Yes, it has, by Ackerman. A really good low grab, and there is the 5 for Callum Parkinson, and the 10 in the match as well, and thoroughly deserved. Cobain drags himself off for 59. Callum Parkinson absolutely delighted, as well he should be. Found the outside edge, and Ackerman scooped it up just off the floor, and Gloucestershire have lost their 7th wicket.
Well, magnificent fighting effort from Ian Cobain. He's walking off holding the bat by the blade, but he has nothing too much to be ashamed of. He really battled away and held up, not single-handed, but in company with John Tattersall, the Leicestershire victory charge for a good couple of hours on a difficult wicket. But well bowled, Callum Parkinson, 10 wickets, and he is now sitting on his first-class match best. That said, still some cricket to be played. It's 10 for 185, so he'd be disappointed, having taken 5 for 50 and 5 for 45, 10 for 95, not to retain his first class match best, but you never quite know. At the moment, it is.
David Payne striding out to the middle at number 9, so just Shaw and Worrell left for Gloucestershire to, I think now we can safely say, frustrate Leicestershire further, and that's really all that it will do. So Payne, who was the not out batsman after the first innings, made 11 there, comes out to join Tom Smith, who also hasn't faced a ball, and there we go, it's that old thing, isn't it? Long partnership, and one goes, the other goes very soon after. But Parkinson's got his tail back up here, I think, as he bowls now to Payne, and Payne guides that one in the end into the leg side, picked up at mid-wicket by Lewis Hill. And for one moment, just that might be going in the air, but then played it nicely, did Payne, as Parkinson bowls forward is Payne, and smothering that one away into the silly mid-off area.
Ackerman just doesn't drop him, you know, he's got such a good pair of hands.
That is gold dust, really. We've seen so many catches go down across the country this year, as that's flighted by Parkinson. Forward is Payne, and once more playing that one out straight down the ground on the offside.
And it's always sort of unfussily as well. I've seen him take some absolute blinders, but it always seems to be two-handed. You know, really cleanly taken.
Parkinson bowls, and Payne plays forward. Sprawling effort from silly point, but it was just wide of him and short of him anyway. Another wicket maiden for Parkinson. It's his 10th maiden overall, 26 overs, 10 maidens, 5 for 50. I wonder if Callum Parkinson's got a little bit bored of everybody talking about his twin brother's exploits for Lancashire, and he's going to be getting himself noticed on the national stage now as well.
I think, you know, Leicestershire have frequently really drawn the attention of the England setup to Callum, and he can't be too far away from getting a tour this winter. In goes Ackerman, and it's turned firmly into the ground and then up into the body of Sam Evans at short leg by Tom Smith. It bounces back off Smev, and there is no run. Ackerman in again, tosses it up forward. Goes Smith, defending out to Ben Mike at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Obviously any spinner needs the conditions just to help them a little bit, but the sun coming out and obviously drying the pitches hasn't half made a difference. In goes Ackerman and finds the outside edge of Smith's bat, just outside off stump. He'll, I think, maintain. He knew what he was doing there. He was in control as it squirted out wide off slip down towards short third man. Hill got across from backward point to field. The single was taken, so Smith off the mark. We don't have two batsmen on naught anymore. David Payne is now preparing to face Ackerman. Tall man. Ackerman comes in and bowls. It bounces and turns, but only Ackerman appeals for leg before. Immediately umpire Warren looks down. Bounced, and he was forward as well, and he's a tall man, and bounced and turned. Just not enough going for it. In goes Ackerman, bowls to delivery. Forward went Payne, pushing it off middle and leg out towards mid-wicket. And there is no run as Mike comes in. Huge relief, I think, for Leicestershire, not only to have broken that partnership, but have taken both the wickets that they needed. Goes back Payne and edges between wicketkeeper Swindles and Davis at slip. It went pretty low. There was no real, you couldn't say that was a chance as such, because the ball stayed a little bit low, and Payne, looking to force on the offside, almost got a bottom edge to it. It did come off just the edge of the bat, went pretty low between wicketkeeper and first slip, runs down to the boundary, almost a long stop boundary for 4. Payne off the mark without knowing too much about it. Gloucestershire onto 160 for 7.
Yes, quite. It was a jab from David Payne, but don't care too much about it having got off the mark to it. And well, how many more can Parkinson take? 5 for the innings, 10 for the match. It's definitely is an 8 for on out there to be got, as Parkinson flights that one and forward goes Tom Smith, and that one just short of silly point.
He was not out, wasn't he, David Payne, in
the
first innings? He was the last man standing.
It is Parkinson bowls now to Smith. Smith struck on the pad, and it looks pretty close, but not out, says umpire Nick Cook. Whether it just didn't quite straighten enough. Maybe
Smith looked down the leg side pointedly.
He certainly made it clear his feelings on what had happened there.
But he was looking back at the umpire. He wasn't, he wasn't sure.
Not out, said Nick Cook. Parkinson bowls. This time Smith playing with the back foot watchfully. How many deliveries can Smith face here? As I said, he's got the real ability to face a couple of hundred deliveries if he wants to, but not if he wants to, and he can, as forward he goes and plays that one defensively out into the offside. Certainly has the ability to do so, but it's a question of whether he'll have enough partners to do that now anyway. Parkinson gives that one a tweak, but Smith able to push that one away just towards mid-on, and Parkinson looks pretty well set to add another one onto his maiden over tally, as he will bowl the last ball of this over into Smith, and once more Smith able to play pretty comfortably on the front foot. So an over well negotiated by Tom Smith, but round of applause for another maiden, the 11th bowled by Parkinson. Gloucestershire 160-7.
Beautiful afternoon again here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Plenty of shirts still off. Poplar seats now finding a little bit of shade from the trees that run down the road between the popular seats and the nets, as Ackerman goes in and bowls. Payne is forward, thick inside edge, runs out towards backward square. Parkinson dives across to his right and then sort of rolls and collapses footballer style, rubs his right knee. But I'm sure he's not feeling too unhappy with the way things are going at the moment. His left knee, sorry. In goes Ackerman, bowls and goes past the outside edge of Payne's bat, prodded hopefully, and without result, fortunately for him. Swindles took the bails off, as so often wicketkeepers do, when just because the ball has beaten the bat, but Payne's back foot was in his crease. Ackerman bowls, back goes Payne, jabbing nervously at the ball, which threatened to stay low and turn. It did a little bit of both, but only a little bit of both, so Payne able just about to keep it out one way or another. Ackerman in again, plays that one a little bit better, plunges forward and pushes the ball out into the offside from just outside off stump. Better length delivery, but a little bit flat from Ackerman, didn't quite come out as he would have liked. In he goes again and bowls, tosses that one up, goes straight through Payne and bowls him. Beautifully bowled by Colin Ackerman, a little bit more air. Payne went forward, was beaten on the inside edge, clipped of the bails, and Leicestershire have their 8th wicket. The end now may be coming quickly, from 150 for 5 to 160 for 8.
Classic off-spinner's dismissal to a right-handed batter, and just pitching a little bit outside off stump, but a good length to bowl, just drawing Payne into the drive and then turning through the gate which was left. and ripping, I say ripping out the off bail, but removing it, and Payne walking back, having made 4, and Josh Shaw will come out to the middle. I suspect Shaw will still try to be resolute in his defence, but you rather feel as though now the 2 spinners have gone back to finding what worked for them so well this morning, and even if they are fighting hard and not wanting to give their wickets away, at some point a good ball will come along like that one and see to them.
First wicket innings for Ackerman. It's a little bit surprised. I think he probably has underbowled himself a little bit in this innings. Parkinson has bowled 27 overs. This is Ackerman's 8th. I don't know whether he was under instructions to make sure the likes of Mike and Barnes had a bowl. In he goes and bowls, tosses it run right up to Josh Shaw, who just waits for it, leans on it, steers it out to point. There is no run. End of the over. 160 for 8, 1 for 17 for Ackerman, and another wicket maiden registered in Paul Rogers' scorebook. I think the ground is a little bit relieved as well. There have been a few nerves around as that partnership of 119 was taking place between Tattersall and Cobain.
It's the beauty of 4-day cricket, really, in some respects. You know, you never quite feel as though you're done until it's done, and even just 30 minutes of frustration feels like an awful lot longer than 30 minutes. Parkinson in and bowls to Smith, who turns that one away right into the ground, but straight to square leg, so won't pick up a run for it. Sometimes half an hour in a game of 4-day cricket can feel like a couple of minutes, and then at other times it can feel as though it's lasted the length of a full day. Parkinson flighted, forward goes Smith and plays back to the bowler. I think Smith will really be quite determined to at the very least be the not out batsman at the end of this. As Parkinson in and bowls to Smith, who goes forward and rolls that one back up the pitch. Of course, big role to play for Smith in the T20 coming up, especially if Graham van Buren is still unavailable to play. Parkinson flights this one. Flighted it a bit too much, but it's turned away to square leg in the end by Smith for no run. And of course it is potentially, who knows what the surfaces will be like in July when the championship resumes, but Smith certainly knows that his batting is a key part, as a false start there, key part of what he can bring to this Gloucestershire side, so he'll want to come away with some runs from this game. At least be not out at the end of it. Parkinson bowls and Smith drives, but driving particularly convincingly. Trying to hit it too hard, but at the same time, if you don't drive it too hard, you're not going to pierce the offside field, and straight to Ben Mike at cover. One ball away from, you guessed it, another maiden over. Parkinson in bowls, bat and pad close together, but the pad looked to be well outside the line of off stump, apart from anything else, even if it was pad first, and that is the 12th maiden bowled by Parkinson. His figures continue to get better and better. 160 for 8, Gloucestershire's total.
What the 2 batsmen are saying as they converse in the middle. Shaw yet to score, only faced the 1 ball. Smith with 1 from 26 balls faced. 133 is the deficit. 133 needed to make Leicestershire bat again. Shaw waits the arrival of Ackerman, who bowls on off stump. Shaw props forward solidly enough, pushing it out into the offside. His fellow Yorkshireman Barnes. Ackerman, 3 3 or 4 steps and then into his delivery stride. Goes forward, to appeal for a catch behind. No, says umpire Warren. Brushed the pad, perhaps, as Shaw went forward. Ball deflected slightly into the gloves of Swindles. The appeal turned down. Ackerman is in, bowls a horrible flat delivery that Shaw goes back to and tries to pull away. It was very, very short. It stayed a little bit low and it hit him on the pad. Ackerman turned with his hand in the air to umpire Warren, but he didn't have the nerve to appeal on that one. I think that would have been cheeky in the extreme had he done so. He tosses that one up nicely, turns his wrists on it equally nicely does Shaw, but only travels as far as mid-on, so no run. In goes Ackerman, bowls just outside off stump. Big stride forward from Shaw, defends out into the offside. Swindles comes out and fields. Even Marcus Harris at mid-on doesn't have a sweater on. Enjoying the sun, the Australian, a different place, as he says, England when the sun shines. Certainly it is at Grace Road. Forward goes Shaw on that occasion, on to off stump, out into the offside it goes, picked up by Barnes, and another maiden. Gloucestershire have come to a sort of grinding halt, essentially, since that partnership was broken between Tattersall and Cobain. Tattersall caught Ackerman, bowled Parkinson 51. Cobain caught Ackerman, bowled Parkinson 59. And just now, David Payne bowled Ackerman for 4, 160 for 8. The score has not changed since.
Small group of the locals keeping themselves entertained down there. Not that there hasn't been enough entertainment for them today out on the pitch as Parkinson bowls short, and that's cut by Smith, but not particularly well timed, and Barnes across from point to field.
I must start making a note of exactly which ball takes a wicket. You know, how many overs have been bowled when Payne was bowled.
Parkinson in, and that's turned away by Smith, and that's going to be a single to mid-wicket, so a run on the board. Smith moves up to 2 from 28 deliveries, 161 for 8.
I think it was about 4 overs worth. It must have been close to 24 balls.
Tell you in a second.
Oh, don't worry, don't worry.
I've already worried. 59.5 overs it was. That's edged along the ground by Shaw, and Will Davis will pick up. Not playing that one softly enough. Josh Shaw to send it down into the ground, although I suspect he was not deliberately looking to take a little way into that area. There goes Parkinson. Forward is Shaw in defence, looking to block out as many deliveries as he can, build up some of that frustration which was there for a little while for Leicestershire this afternoon. Says good flight, and goodness me, another beautiful delivery from Parkinson. He really gave that one a good toss up, and then it found that spot where he's been landing it so successfully. Turn and bounce past Josh Shaw's attempted defence, and even Swindles couldn't bring that one in. Parkinson bowls, Shaw tries to turn leg side, gets a leading edge that goes all along the ground. So 1 run off the over. Parkinson's figures have been spoiled. 161 for 8 is the total for Gloucestershire, trail by 132.
I wonder if they're saying, Shaw and Smith, do we have a biff? What do we do here? Do we just defend? Because if you just defend, in the end, you're going to get out very much sooner rather than later. Ackerman in to Smith, who is a turning one from just outside off stump, but it was a full delivery, so he was in control of the shot out towards mid-wicket. Mike had a few feet to run to the strip being prepared, I'm guessing, for the first T20 game here at Grace Road. I think it's next Friday. In goes Ackerman, outside off stump, a little bit short on the back foot. Shaw plays firmly out into the offside, but it's stopped out there, and there is no run. Lewis Hill, the fielder, in front of square this time, in front of umpire Cook, as Ackerman is in, tosses it up, hit firmly out to mid-on, bounces twice, but Marcus Harris unfussily stops it, forms the long barrier but takes it in anyway at wide mid-on. Ackerman is in, balls, back goes Shaw, nurdling at the ball, pushing it out towards point, legs out from slip to field, no run. 14 balls faced for Shaw, yet to get off the mark as Ackerman is in, tosses it up, forward he goes, pushing it out towards goal. There probably was a run there, but Davis was never too far away from the ball as he chased it back, so Shaw and Smith sort of kept on hesitating, so to speak, and by the time they realised there possibly was a run, there wasn't a run. 162 for 8 remains the score. Ackerman in, bowls, forward goes Shaw, defending out into the offside. No run, just a single from the first ball then. 162 for 8, 330. How many overs to go? 37, so we will have 5 more until tea. I'm just wondering whether they might just delay tea if another wicket falls in those 5. I think they probably will. You never know. Might fancy their tea. They'd get it anyway. The umpires. I'm sure it's a good one. I bet scones are involved. Cream.
Yes,
jam.
Meanwhile, Parkinson bowling to Smith, and Smith plays that one into the leg side, and they're going to come through for a quick single as mid-wicket had to run a fair way to field that one. One more to the total. Smith up to 4, 163 for 8. Yeah, so there's so much about the catering here at Grace Road, and well, there we go.
Alas.
Such is the way.
Next year, hopefully.
Parkinson too short, flighted and full, and forward goes Short, running that one out towards point, and no run. But there we go. Small sacrifices to have cricket back.
Yeah, better for us. Physically as well as spiritually.
Here is Parkinson too short. It's a little bit wider, and Short is going to get off the mark here as Barnes moves to his right at backward point. And a nicely played dab there from Josh Shaw to allow him to rotate the strike. 164 now for 8. Parkinson hustles in and bowls. Forward goes Smith. Once more rolling that one back up the pitch. Gloucestershire will start their T20 campaign with a night game in Cardiff against Glamorgan, and the very next day their first home fixture against Sussex. Parkinson bowls, edged by Smith wide off second slip, and a single is taken as it goes towards a short third would be standing. 165 for 8. We've seen quite a few edges fly wide of second slip. Actually, I think possibly Davis taking a step wider now, but the wider end and maybe a little bit shorter. Last ball of the over as Parkinson bowls to Shaw, who jams that one down into the pitch, fielded at short leg by Hassan Azad. 3 runs from the over. A very productive over by recent standards. 165 for 8.
Looks a bit weary, Callum Parkinson, as he walks away. Sam Evans has his hand on his back, encouraging him. Keep going, keep going. Another 1, another 2, and we're all done. Already sitting on his first class career best figures. 10 for 99. He doesn't want to concede another run. I'm sure. 11 for 99 would do him. Ackerman is going to go around the wicket. However, Tom Smith isn't quite ready, so he's going to have to go back to his mark. In he goes, bowls to Smith, who goes back. Puff of dust from the feet as he shuffles back in front of his stumps and defends on the on side. There was no turn then at all Ackerman in again. Bowls. Forward goes Smith. Not really there neither. Just wondering what the thinking is for him going around the wicket. Slip catch perhaps as he goes in and bowls, and forward on middle stump goes Tom Smith, defends back down the pitch. Ackerman walks across and picks up 35 balls faced, Tom Smith for his 5 at the moment. Ackerman is in, back goes Smith, outside off stump, just pushes it away, intent purely on survival at the moment it seems. Tom Smith and Josh Shaw. Ackerman is in, bowls, tosses up, goes for the sweep, he's gone leg before. Round the wicket, I think it hit him on the full actually, low down. Smith went for the sweep and Ackerman has his 2nd wicket. Decided it was going to go on and hit the stumps. Umpire Warren. Smith looks back and, well, it certainly was not a case of pitching outside leg stump, because I don't think it actually pitched. I think it almost hit him on the foot. Certainly low down in front of the pad and was probably going to go on and hit off stump. 165 for 9.
Yeah, it just looked straight, didn't it? I mean, I was giving it out from up here, that's for sure. And Tom Smith, he battled, and both innings, in the end he's been out trying to play a shot. Out on the pull shot, dragging onto the stumps in the first innings, and out LBW on the sweep in the second innings, but really things were already lost by the point he came out to the middle, really, realistically, once that partnership was broken between Tattersall and Cobain. As soon as it was, I think even though Smith was with Cobain for a little while, not too long, but just a few deliveries, I think the writing was on the wall at that point. But certainly when Cobain fell, there was not a huge amount for Smith to play for other than try to face as many deliveries as he could, but just one more wicket to go, and well, Dan Worrell, he made a bit of hay at the Oval. Let's see whether he's going to try and block or whether he's going to try and blast.
Hammond has one delivery left in this, his 11th over, 2 for 18 now as he comes in and bowls to Worrell, a couple of steps down the wicket, and then he swings at it, gets a bit of a bottom edge, and it runs out towards mid-on. So perhaps that's the message from Worrell. I'm going to have a little bit of a biff here. Ackerman gets applause, but the end could be nigh for Gloucestershire. Be a lot of soul searching, I would imagine, down at Neville Road as a consequence. It's been such a good season for Gloucestershire. 4 wins in their first 7 games. Well, 6 games essentially, wasn't it? And then 2, it looks to be, 2 very heavy defeats. The first, well, it could happen against a star-studded Surrey side. Against Leicestershire, will give them pause for a little bit of thought, I would think. In comes Parkinson and bowls, goes back, oh, almost bowls. Josh Shaw went back, tried to guide it away down to 3rd man. Didn't get anything on it, taken just outside off stump, and obviously just behind off stump by Harry Swindles. Parkinson looking for his 6th wicket and an 11th for, in he goes. Bowls hit up in the air all the way for 6. Good shot from Josh Shaw. Step forward, I wasn't quite sure whether he'd got all of it there. I think we can safely say he did.
Yes, he certainly did. It's cleared the sight screen, I think, and gone maybe into the car park behind it.
Where's your car park? You're going to be all right there, I would imagine. There's quite a big gap between. Oh, you walked up, okay. Are you on the train then?
No, I'm getting a lift actually.
Okay, there, fair enough. Well, you're fair enough.
So yes,
my car's behind the Melton Building Society stand, but there's quite a sort of pebbled area behind there, so you might have to have a quick look at the ball there, Nick Cook, as it's retrieved by, who is it down there? It's Chris Wright, who went jogging back from mid-on. So Josh Shaw doing his best to spoil Callum Parkinson's figures. biffing a nice straight 6, and it was as straight as an arrow. In goes Parkinson. Bowls again to Shaw, who then defends, having picked up his 6 back down the wicket to the Boltonian, Callum Parkinson. 171 for 9, 122 needed to make Leicestershire bat again. Parkinson is in. Shaw is driving, pleasantly pushing it out into the covers. Running to his left out there is Ben Mike. Great red stripe down the back of his right thigh from polishing the ball. Brings Worrell down on strike. He twists the bat in his hand. This could be interesting. Will he send right back to long on? Will he send Harris back too long off? No. In goes Parkinson, bowls to Worrell, tosses it up, but Worrell just dabs it down towards backward point off the back foot. Barnes picks up, throws in, makes Will Davis lean out of the way as he does so. Ball back with Parkinson. How many balls to go? Just the one in the over. Parkinson is in to Worrell, goes back to the arm ball, plays it out into the offside. He's going to pick up a single as Mike can't get there, running across from extra cover, and it's Harris coming in from that deepish mid-off position who fields in the end. So Parkinson might not get his 6 foot. He's got his 10 foot in the match, so he won't be entirely unhappy. Perhaps it will be Ackerman who picks up 3 more to go with his 3 from the first innings. He's got 2 at the moment.
Well, something for the Gloucestershire fans that have made the trip here to enjoy, with Josh Shaw clearing the sight screen. I suspect it won't be the last big shot attempted.
Ackerman in to Worrell, who's plunging forward, getting a thick outside edge, and it's going to run down to third man for 4. Pretty sure Davis isn't going to get there. The ball trickles over the ropes at third man off a thick outside edge, and Worrell has 4. Was that a come on the Shire?
It was, and then there was also a loud cry of shot before that.
A little harsh perhaps for Dan Worrell. He did rather plunge forward, didn't he there? Ackerman, as a consequence perhaps, he's going to go back over the wickets if he can turn one inside. Harris has gone back quite deep at long on. In goes Ackerman, bowls, and Worrell is calmly forward, bat in front of pad, turning his wrists on a defensive shot out towards mid-on. Ben Mike walks in from mid-wicket and picks up. Ackerman is in, and bowling down the pitch goes Worrell and hits him for 6. Bounces off the benches down in front of us, a good 10 feet or so over the rope. So both Shaw and Worrell have now hit the spinners for 6, and perhaps they're showing the way to the top order here. Perhaps they should have taken on the spinners in this manner. Ackerman is in to Worrell, who just defends, having hit his 6. Smiling inside, I suspect. He's moved on to 11 with that mighty blow. Obviously picked up 4 off the edge earlier in the over. He waits with bat raised as Ackerman goes in, bowls to him a little bit short. He's going to pull that away to the mid-wicket boundary for 4 more. Well, now Worrell moves on to 15. Gloucestershire on to 187 for 9. 106 still needed to make Leicestershire bat again, but he's stinging a little bit, this for Ackerman and for Parkinson. They want to be treated with disdain by these 2 tailenders as Ackerman is in again to Worrell. Tossed up, clipped in the air, down towards fine leg. Poor Parkinson has to chase it down from backwards where it does so. Worrell picks up 2 more. Park could, if he wanted, hang on to the ball because he's going to be bowling, I suspect, shortly. And 14 off the over from Ackerman. If this goes on much longer, we'll start sharing the commentary again. It's usual for the winning team's commentator to call them home, but there have been occasions in close games here when we've almost done ball by ball at times. I remember a game against Glamorgan when either side could have won off the last ball, and eventually Leicestershire did. In fact, Parkinson took the winning catch as De Lange tried to hit it for 6, which would have won the game against Glamorgan, and didn't quite get all of it. Caught down at long on. Parkinson in from the Bennett end, bowls, and Shaw is clipping it in the air off a leading edge out back past the fielder. Parkinson can't get there. Docked ball, turned his wrists on it, and it straightened. Could have gone anywhere, went in the air, but not to a fielder. In goes Parkinson. Bowls again. Shaw is forward, solidly this time. Back up the pitch it goes to Callum Parkinson. Theoretically, this is the last over before tea. I don't think. Well, they could take them off. It won't make any odds, really. I'd be surprised if they did.
I think they'll keep on going.
Parkinson is in and bowling. Tosses it right up. Clipped into the ground past short leg by Shaw, but only as far as Hill at mid-wicket. There's no run. General chatter around the ground. Every delivery helps the friends of Grace Road sell another piece of cake, one suspects. Parkinson is in and bowling. Shaw is driving in the air, but safely through wide mid-off, out towards Harris, who walks in from long off and underarms the ball back to Parkinson. 190 for 9. Can Gloucestershire get to 200? Parkinson is in. Bowls 2. Worrell, her edge is just short of second slip, taken on the half volley. Ackerman was about to leap into the air and celebrate, realised it was on the half volley and put up his hands in apology.
Nice pickup, though.
It was. Worrell again with that rather plunging forward defensive. Ackerman waits as Parkinson goes in, bowls 2. Worrell, that's a better defensive shot. Bat in front of pad, turns his wrists on it, pushes it out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run, just a single off the Parkinson over. So in that respect he won't be too concerned, and we are going to continue. Thankfully, Parkinson 32 overs now. 5 for 63 his figures.
Everybody, despite the fact there are 32 overs left, we can have an extra 15 minutes with a minimum of 4 overs as there are 9
An extra
wickets
15
now.
minutes or 4 overs. So 4 overs basically. Unless if a wicket doesn't fall in that time, we will then have tea. 4 overs for Leicestershire to take this last wicket, or be forced to eat cake. Ackerman is in over the wicket. Bowls to Shaw, who's clipping it into the onside. As appeal for leg before, because he doesn't get anything on it. No, says umpire Warren. Outside off.
Well, I probably thought maybe turning too much, actually, but I'm not... well, yes, I thought turning too much.
Ackerman is in, goes for the slog sweep and connects nicely there, Josh Shaw. No chance for Parkinson as it runs past him out towards groundsman Andy Ward, who uses his feet nicely, flicks it with his foot as one is supposed to do. 8 overs. I thought 4 was a bit
so there's
odd.
not extra half out, yeah.
Yeah, I thought 4 was a bit odd. 8 overs. So we're basically going to keep going until the wicket falls, unless there is a miracle, a Gloucestershire-shaped miracle. In goes Ackerman, tosses it up and clipped in the air over mid-wicket for 4 more. Nicely hit by Josh Shaw. He moves on to 17, joins Dan Worrell on the second big partnership, 198, so 33 they've added already for the last wicket.
He's a strong hitter at the ball. I was going to mention he was averaging basically 28 and a half this season with some not outs helping there.
Ackerman in again to Shaw, who goes back and turns it past. Leg slip. And that is going to be the 200 as Parkinson has to run around to his right from deep backward square down to long leg. The 2 is taken and the Gloucestershire 200 is up. You would have, I think, put a little bit of money against that happening at 165 for 9. Certainly you would have suggested it wouldn't have come quite as quickly as it has. Shaw and Worrell, I suspect, are beginning to enjoy themselves. Ackerman sends Parkinson to deep backward square and then goes in and bowls short to Shaw, who goes back and forces into the offside. Ed Barnes is the fielder. And this becoming frustrating for Leicestershire. 200 for 9. Ackerman is in and bowling and tossing it up, goes for the big hit, and he's bowled him, and Leicestershire have won. Leicestershire have won by an innings and 93 runs. They have beaten the group leaders Gloucestershire, and they have won for the second match in succession. Outstanding performance by the Foxes, led from the front by Marcus Harris and by the captain Colin Ackerman when they batted. A fine half century also for Lewis Hill, and then a superb bowling performance led by Callum Parkinson, who picked up 10 wickets in the match. First class career best figures for Callum. Also by the skipper Ackerman, again 3 wickets in each innings for him, 6 in the match overall. Contributions also from Chris Wright, but an outstanding performance by Leicestershire to complete a win in less than 3 days.
Congratulations, Leicestershire, and they have certainly outplayed Gloucestershire in this match. And today, I think 2 partnerships, that last one there, and also the one between Tattersall and Cobain, proving that whilst batting it's very difficult out there, if you could get yourself in, then there were runs to be had out there, and Gloucestershire have lost 2 in a row now in very similar fashion, and it's been the turning ball, or the spinners I should say, perhaps as much as the turning ball itself, that have caused them the damage. However, events at Taunton do look as though it will mean that Gloucestershire will still go into the last couple of matches of the first phase of the county championship in the top 2 places at the moment. It looks as though that is the case anyway. It may not quite be the case, but Gloucestershire, regardless of that, will have their fate basically in their own hands, because their final match is against Hampshire, and before that they will face Middlesex. Both of those 2 fixtures taking place at Cheltenham, and Gloucestershire will hope that Cheltenham is as kind to them this year as it was in previous years. The 5th of July, that match against Middlesex starts the beginning of the Cheltenham Festival, and then the match against Hampshire 4 days from the 11th of July. So Gloucestershire are still in a good position overall. I think T20 is coming possibly at the right time for them.
Update time. In a few moments' time, they told me. 23 points to Leicestershire, 2 points to Gloucestershire. Yeah, an innings and 93 runs, as you said. 23 points to the Foxes, 2 points to Gloucestershire. A second consecutive win for Leicestershire in the county championship, the first time that has happened for 3 years. An outstanding performance, as you say, against the group leaders coming into the game. Everything went right for the Foxes, but it took some really fine individual performances. Marcus Harris's 148 really was outstanding knock, providation for a superb first innings of 451 on a pitch that always offered the bowlers a little bit of assistance. He was well backed up by the captain Colin Ackerman and Lewis Hill, both half centuries for both those players. And when they came to bowl, well, the pitch, as I say, was offering the bowlers a little bit of assistance. Outstanding bowling from Callum Parkinson, who took 5 wickets in each innings to bowl Gloucestershire out, took 10 wickets in the match, his best first class figures for the left arm spinner. Ackerman himself, with his off spin, chipped in 3 wickets in each innings. He bowled really nicely, turned the ball well too. And a word also for Chris Wright, who also made important contribution, picking up a couple of wickets in each innings. A really comprehensive all-round performance for the Foxes to win their last 2 games in that manner. There's a little bit of a gap now in the county championship as everybody embarks on the T20. They have 2 games left now in the county championship. In this stage of it, if they can win those, they have every chance of finishing at least 3rd in the group, and if they can do that, will be a magnificent effort in red ball cricket over the season. But just for now, they're going to enjoy this particular victory. We'll be hearing the Leicestershire victory song ring out from the dressing room shortly. And as I say, it's been 3 years since we've heard that in 2 matches in succession. A great win for the Foxes. End of the update, folks. That is it. Well, the ground staff putting on the covers, covering the pitch that will be used for the T20 even. Once again, another really fine game of red ball cricket, and it's probably not a bad time for Gloucestershire to have a little break now after 2 heavy defeats and just reassess. Maybe just a little bit of momentum lost, and it can be regathered in that time.
Yeah, and time for some batsmen to refine their form possibly, and Chris Dent scoring great runs in the warm-up match for the T20s, so he can find some form again, which would be necessary, I think, really for Gloucestershire in their final couple of games, and others likewise. Ryan Higgins could get some confidence back with the bat through the T20 very possibly, and Gloucestershire will very much expect to be involved in the latter part of that competition. They have a very good side. There are obviously players who haven't taken part in any matches yet this year. The likes of Benny Howell will come into the side, and it comes at a good point, I think. And just one other word for Johnny Tattersall, who has been one of the, I guess, standouts in the last couple of matches that he's been here on loan. He's certainly been impressive with the bat. He's played the spin well, a couple of half centuries to him, and Gloucestershire should be very grateful for his services over those last couple of matches. Miles Hammond looked in good touch until he was dismissed today for 8. But yeah, I think in general it's a reassessment, and as I say, it looks likely, although not certainty, that Gloucestershire will be in the top 2 places come those last couple of matches of the season at Cheltenham, and they do still have their fate in their own hands as far as qualifying for Division 1.
Leicestershire don't. I think the mathematics counts against them, but they have certainly acquitted themselves admirably and shown that the club is heading in the right direction. Well, thank you very much for your company over the last, nearly 3 days of cricket here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. We've really enjoyed having you with us on Twitter and talking to you around the ground in 1 or 2 cases as well. That's made a pleasant change. Leicestershire will be back in action at Taunton, actually, at the beginning of July. You've heard Ed say that it's Cheltenham that will be the venue for Gloucestershire's next red ball fixture, but it all goes a bit bonkers for the next month as we all try to hit white balls all over the place. And BBC Radio's Bristol and Gloucestershire and Leicester will bring you every ball of those as well, one way or another. I don't know whether Ed will be doing various commentaries during that time. I'm sure one way or another, whether it be for the Gloucestershire club or for the BBC. I'll be on BBC Leicester as ever. But again, thank you for your company over the last 3 days. But for now, from the Uptonsteel County Ground, it's a very good afternoon to you all.
Earlier on in his innings.
Right, is in, edged, caught at first slip, bounced a little bit, and just saying how well.
Still cricket left to play.
Right in, short, outside off stump, played in the air over the back of point, but out towards wide. In again, and bowling, goes past the outside edge, takes the edge, and he's gone. Lacer's gone, and he looks down and he puts hands on his knees.
Thought it might turn. There's a shout for leg before. Has he gone too far across? He has. He's been given by Russell Warren, and Phillips hates that decision. There's a slog sweep from Higgins, which goes high in the air. Should be a simple catch for mid-wicket, who's going to take it and does.
That was a shocking
the
shot.
The end of Ryan Higgins bowls, and that is tickled away down the leg side. And I think this time, yes, it is indeed runs. So Tattersall is
over. Can Mike prove me wrong? Bowls short, and he's cut away for 4. A little bit goes Mike, and bowls to Tattersall, who turns him nicely off his legs. That might have enough on it to go all the way, at least, as Mike is in and bowls, and that one has been worked past Parkinson, who's going to have to chase that back towards deep mid-wicket.
Point as Cobain brings out the sweep and gets that one right where leg slip was, and it will go fine for 4 runs.
Barnes, kicking up his heels, runs away from us and bowls and is on driven for 4. In swing again, it was over pitched this time.
Both gone without scoring. Down the pitch comes Tattersall and whips that one away through mid-wicket for 4 runs.
Chris Ryan goes Barnes, and another very full in-swinging Yorker that becomes a full toss. Is turned away into the leg side by Barnes in past umpire Warren. Bowls, in-swinging Yorker in the air as it's driven back past him, and he stuck out a right hand, couldn't get there. Goes Parkinson bowls outside off stump, and it's been nicely steered away behind point for 4 by John Tattersall.
Session so far as right bowls to Cobain, who edges, and it was short of slip, but it'll fly in between first.
It's just short of second slip. Davis almost got his left hand underneath it, but I think it would have been short of him. But first moment of 5 now, not out. John Tattersall, who is on loan at Gloucestershire from Yorkshire, is 42. Make that 46. 153 more needed to make Leicestershire bat again. Mike is in, hit in the air, and it's going to run away for 4. That is his 50 for Cobain, but he would.
Parkinson bowling to Tattersall and turns leg side. Cobain's going to call him through for a good single. Well run, and that takes Tattersall through.
Bit of pressure tomorrow. Mike is in, bowls short, pull. Didn't quite get all of it there. John Tattersall out towards deep backwards.
Into the innings as there's an edge and gone. Tattersall is dismissed. Eventually Nick Cook raises
him just to come in about 10. Back he goes. In goes Mike and bowls, and it's too short and is pulled through mid-wicket for 4 by...
Not the case, as there's an edge, and has it been caught? Yes, it has, by Ackerman. A really good low grab, and there is the 5 for.
She would have taken both the wickets that they needed. Goes back, Payne, and edges between wicketkeeper Swindles and Davis. In he goes again, and bowls. Tosses that one up, goes straight through Payne, and bowls him! Beautifully bowled by Colin. Tosses up, goes for the sweep. He's gone leg before. Round the wicket. I think it hit him on the full, actually. Low down. Smith went for the sweep. And he goes. Bowls hit up in the air all the way for 6. Good shot from Josh Shaw. Into Worrell, who's plunging forward, getting a thick outside edge, and it's going to run down to third man for 4. Pretty sure Davis isn't going to get there. On the pitch goes Worrell and hits him for 6. Bounces off the benches down in front of us, a good 10 feet or so. As Ackerman goes in, bowls to him, a little bit short. He's going to pull that away to the mid-wicket boundary for 4 more.
I thought turning too much.
Ackerman is in, goes for the... A Gloucestershire-shaped miracle. In goes Ackerman, tosses it up and clipped in the air over mid-wicket for 4 more. Ackerman in again to Shaw, who goes back and turns it past. Leg slip. That is going to be the 200. Tossing it up, goes for the big hit, and he's bowled him, and Leicestershire have won. Leicestershire have won by an innings and 93 runs. They have beaten the group leader.